Raz, raz. Raz, raz. Раз, раз. Раз, 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 раз. Нету, да? Нет.
Недоступен. Оставьте сообщение после сигнала.
Раз, раз, раз.
Что?
Раз. 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 Что?
Один, два, три. Один, два, три.
Слышно хорошо.
Два, три. Один, два, три.
Слышно хорошо. Один, два, три. Sound check. Один, два, три. Sound check.
Один, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Проверка звука. Проверяем. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Нормально слышно.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Проверка звука. Проверяем. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Нормально слышно.
Один, два, три.
Один, два. Один, два, три, четыре, пять. Один, два, три, четыре, пять. Один, два. Раз, два, три, четыре. Один, два, три. Один, два, три, один, два, три, один, два, три.
Добрый день, Серик Мауленович, здравствуйте. Рада вас видеть.
Добрый день, Мэра
Как ваше
Кабежанова.
здоровье?
Все нормально, спасибо.
Отлично.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're very pleased to welcome you to the opening of the first conference in the Republic of Kazakhstan, held under the auspices of IEEE, International Conference on Smart Information Systems and Technologies. For a welcome speech for the opening ceremony of the conference, may I invite the Rector of Astana IT University, Mr. Darhan Ahmedzaki.
Уважаемые коллеги, прежде чем я скажу свои слова, я бы хотел зачитать приветственное слово от Динары Нурсултановны Кулебаевой. Уважаемые участники Международной научно-практической конференции International Conference on Smart Information Systems and Technologies, приветствую вас на нашей конференции, выражаю благодарность за проявленный интерес и участие в форуме. Сегодня мы собрались для обсуждения современных тенденций развития мирового сообщества, которые как никогда основаны на использовании цифрового формата во всех сферах его жизнедеятельности. В этой связи проводимая конференция является диалоговой площадкой для обмена опытом использования цифровых технологий и обсуждения конструктивных идей, основанных на научно-методологическом базисе проведенных исследований. Уверена, что в результате обсуждения будут сформированы новые драйверы цифровизации экономики общества наших стран. Впервые в Казахстане научно-практическая конференция под эгидой Международной ассоциации IEEE проводится казахстанскими университетами. В конференции будут участвовать мировые ВНР, эксперты, бизнесмены, исследователи, специалисты, студенты из различных отраслей IT-индустрии из 17 стран ближнего и дальнего зарубежья. Особенность конференции состоит в том, что она будет проводиться в комбинированном режиме в онлайн и офлайн форматах. Надеюсь, что конференция будет способствовать трансферу мировых знаний и технологий в Казахстан, а также усилит научные исследования в области Digital Transformation, Smart Systems, Big Data Analytics и других IT-направлениях. Материалы конференции IEEE будут проиндексированы в высокорейтинговых международных научных базах данных Web of Science and Scopus, что повысит рейтинг участников форума в научном и мировом IT-сообществах. Хочу поблагодарить организаторов конференции, Астана University, Казахстанско-британский технический университет, Международный университет информационных технологий, Университет международного бизнеса и Алматинский университет энергетики и связи имени Гумарбека Даукеева за инициативу проведения международной конференции. Особую благодарность выражаю Министерству образования и науки Республики Казахстан, Министерству цифрового развития, инноваций и аэрокосмической промышленности Республики Казахстан, Общественному фонду образования Нурсултана Назарбаева, Национальному информационно-коммуникационному холдингу ЗИРД, при поддержке которых стало возможным проведение нашей конференции. Отдельную благодарность выражаю генеральному спонсору конференции АО «Народный банк Казахстана». Желаю всем участникам и организаторам конференции плодотворной работы, конструктивного диалога и эффективного взаимодействия. С уважением, директор Общественного фонда образования Нурсултана Назарбаева, доктор педагогических наук, академик Национальной академии наук Республики Казахстан Динар Нурсултановна Кулебаева. От себя хотел бы добавить, что мы очень рады, что такое значимое научное событие проходит в стенах нашего университета. Конечно же, мы готовились. Последний год, наверное, мы пытались провести в чисто офлайн формате. Но ввиду условий пандемии мы выбрали именно такой формат, потому что такая значимая конференция, она однозначно будет видна на ландшафте мирового научного сообщества. И отрадно, что количество участников, которые желали изначально, подали заявку в виде своих статей, было больше 200. Позже по принципу отбора и, естественно, слепого рецензирования были отобраны самые лучшие доклады. В течение этих дней вы сможете услышать хорошие идеи как на казахстанском уровне, так и на мировом уровне. Хотел бы отдельно поблагодарить наших коллег из Украины, которые помогали нам в организации такого большого мероприятия. Я уверен, что сегодня и завтра вы получите громадное удовольствие, что научная мысль в области смарт-инноваций и смарт-технологий, она безгранична, и каждый из наших разработок действительно поможет развивать и улучшать наше общество. Поэтому, как в соответствии основной миссии нашего университета, цифровая трансформация через исследование, образование и генерацию идей, она полностью соответствует и ожиданиям, я думаю, нашего рынка и общества. Поэтому я бы хотел от себя поблагодарить вас сегодня, что вы пришли. Ну, у меня все. Спасибо вам.
I want to thank Mr. Ahmed Zaki for a welcome speech. It's a great pleasure for me to invite the Deputy Director of the Department of Higher and Postgraduate Education of the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ms. Banu Narbekova, for a welcome speech. Я попрошу ребят из студийной подключить наших представителей министерства по Zoom.
Мы подключились, спасибо. Добрый день, уважаемые участники и гости конференции. На самом деле международная научная конференция, которая посвящена смарт-информационным технологиям. Она очень актуальна на сегодняшний день и проводимая, конечно, при поддержке Министерства образования и науки Республики Казахстан, является значимым событием в интеллектуальной среде нашей страны. Хотелось бы отметить, что научный потенциал является важнейшим ресурсом устойчивого и безопасного развития каждой страны. И для этого и сегодня мы ставим задачу вхождения в 30 наиболее развитых государств мира, где требуется, конечно, развитие отечественной науки. Ну, как известно, сегодня разрабатываются несколько национальных проектов. Одним из них является развитие науки. И сегодня, и последние несколько лет, как мы видим, финансирование науки, она почти увеличилась вдвое. К 2025 году финансирование науки планируется увеличить до 1% от ВВП. Это станет большим толчком для развития отечественной науки. Кроме того, в последние годы конкурсы Министерства образования на грантовое и программно-целевое финансирование проводились лишь один раз в 3 года, но теперь они проводятся ежегодно. Уже в 2020 году было проведено 5 конкурсов, и в 2020 году впервые были введены новые виды грантов на коллаборацию, на краткосрочные и индивидуальные для молодых ученых. И сегодня на 80% увеличился размер стипендий для докторантов PhD. Как мы видим, в соответствии с новыми законами, поправками в закон о науке, ежегодно будут выделяться 50 премий для лучших научных работников. Но эта премия, она по аналогии лучшего преподавателя, которая премируется в целом преподавателей вузов в размере 5 миллионов тенге. Также при поддержке главы государства Токаева в 2020 году открыта новая бюджетная программа по модернизации и укреплению базы научных лабораторий и организаций. Выделены 2,8 миллиарда тенге. Благодаря этому 23 вуза приобрели лабораторное оборудование. В текущем году на эти цели выделены уже более 3,8 миллиардов тенге. Модернизация вузов продолжается и в последующие годы. Но, как вы видите, современные вызовы, в том числе и пандемия, она все-таки породила серьезные вызовы также для IT-индустрии. И одновременно стала двигателем для развития и подтвердила, что IT-отрасль становится основой функционирования науки, в целом экономики. Внедрение передовых цифровых технологий и научных разработок станет определяющим фактором для дальнейшего экономического развития страны. Сегодня большое внимание уделяется именно цифровизации науки и по оснащению отчетности, и по сокращению отчетности для ученых. Разрабатывается единая информационная система «Наука Казахстана», в которой будут представлены базы данных научных организаций и научных работников, и будут представлены также информация о цитировании казахстанских ученых. Каждый отечественный ученый будет иметь свой актуальный профайл в данной платформе и с перечнем публикаций, кратким описанием завершенных и реализуемых исследований. Конечно, это даст возможность нам проводить анализ и прогнозировать сумму финансирования, результаты, этапы изменений и также заявки и отчеты ученых. Ну, кроме того, данные базы позволят собирать объективную, как мы уже сказали, информацию о состоянии и о тенденциях в целом казахстанской науки. Уверен, что сегодня общение вот в рамках конференции даст хороший импульс для развития в целом и для дискуссий ученым в данной отрасли, чтобы действительно можно было бы поделиться новыми идеями и поиску новых идей, решений. И мы желаем всем участникам конференции плодотворной работы, творческой результативной дискуссии, также активности, конечно, и приобретения новых контактов. Пожелаю всем крепкого здоровья в наш, скажем, нелегкий период, благополучия и научных свершений. Спасибо.
Давайте поблагодарим госпожу Нарбекову за приветственное слово. With equal pleasure, we invite the Director of Department of Information and Communication Technologies of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovations and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Darkhan Ahmediev.
Қайырлы күн, әріптестер. Доброе утро, уважаемые участники. Приветствую вас на сегодняшней международной научно-практической конференции. В первую очередь хотел бы поблагодарить организаторов и в целом всех участников за вклад в развитие IT-образования и цифровизации в целом. Сегодня, как вы знаете, Казахстан ставит задачу диверсификации экономики, избавления от сырьевой зависимости, направляя все свои усилия на создание и продвижение новых перспективных отраслей, в том числе развитие IT и ИКТ отраслей. Цифровая трансформация – это важный комплексный процесс преобразования всех сфер общественной жизни под влиянием, так скажем, передовых технологий. И несмотря на трудности социальной адаптации, которыми сопровождаются любые масштабные изменения, нам еще необходимо учиться работать с такими явлениями, как искусственный интеллект, облачные технологии, big data, и извлекать из этого максимум. Сегодня, как вы знаете, в стране проводится значительная работа по развитию инноваций и в целом построению инновационной экосистемы и созданию наукоемкой экономики. Это реализуется в рамках нацплана. Сейчас, вот как коллега с Министерства образования отметила, разрабатываются национальные планы отраслевые, где также предусмотрены достижения этих целей. Перед нами стоит такая системная задача подготовить 100 тысяч профессиональных IT-кадров для цифровой экономики Казахстана. Для этого планируется, во-первых, трансформация вузов и подходов к образовательному процессу. Сегодня в Казахстане 84 вуза выпускают специалистов в области IT. Ежегодно вузами выпускается около 12 тысяч специалистов. Это большое количество на самом деле IT-специалистов, но, к сожалению, не все доходят до рынка, и даже из тех, кто доходит, как мы чувствуем и получая фидбэк от рынка, понимаем, что рынку порой иногда приходится доучивать вчерашних студентов. В этой связи нами планируется ряд инициатив, в том числе масштабирование частных школ программирования. К примеру, в 2019 году на базе Астана Хаб начала функционировать школа программирования «Алем». Данная школа предоставляет возможность подготовить на самом деле высококвалифицированных IT-специалистов, которые востребованы по всему миру. В течение 5 лет школа «Алем» планирует подготовить более 1000 профессиональных IT-кадров. Перед нами также стоит задача масштабировать подобные школы, масштабировать школу «Алем», масштабировать другие школы IT-образования, интегрировать их с существующими вузами, занимающиеся в области IT и в целом имеющие факультеты в области ИКТ. Есть определенное видение по созданию таких школ. Сейчас проводится пилот в одном из регионов. Планируем до конца третьего квартала этого года запустить. В целом, как я уже отметил, многие инициативы, которые были выработаны за последние несколько лет, они сейчас реализуются совместно с Министерством образования и науки. Университеты, ректоры, ответственные лица, отвечающие за цифровизацию, за IT-содержание, готовы идти навстречу. Рынок также готов поддержать. Я уверен, что в ближайшем будущем в казахстанском IT-образовании ожидается резкий рывок. В этой связи я считаю, что сегодняшнее мероприятие оно дает дополнительный импульс в развитии IT-образования. И в целом хотелось бы всем участникам сегодняшней конференции пожелать плодотворной работы и интересных дискуссий. И крепкого здоровья нам всем в этот период. Успешной нам работы. Спасибо, коллеги.
Спасибо, Mr. Darhan. It's my honor to invite the head of the Department of Digitalization and Public Services of the Akimat of Nur-Sultan City, Botagos Kasabek, to the stage for a welcome speech.
Добрый день. Рада вас всех сегодня приветствовать на этой площадке вживую. Мы уже второй год находимся на волне пандемии. Большинство мероприятий у нас проходят в онлайне. И такой формат гибридный, да, вот наполовину в онлайне, наполовину в офлайне, он уже начал радовать. Надеюсь, что в ближайшее время мы уже вернемся к нашей привычной жизни и сможем видеть друг друга постоянно. Что я хочу сказать сегодня? Хотелось бы, наверное, в первую очередь поблагодарить университет, поблагодарить вас, учителей. Вы каждый день, каждый час полностью себя вкладываете в развитие наших детей. Школьники, студенты – это вчерашние наши дети, завтрашнее наше будущее. И тот вклад, который вы вносите в наше общество, он неоценим. Большое вам спасибо. Хочу поблагодарить университет за приглашение. Я знаю, что вы готовите классных специалистов в IT-отрасли. На самом деле IT-отрасль, она такая сквозная. И сейчас айтишники применяются и в генетике, и в кибернетике, и в биологии, и в химии. То есть IT дошло до того уровня, когда именно человек, который имеет цифровые навыки, он может работать, взаимодействовать во всех направлениях. Это не только узкое какое-то небольшое направление, это сквозной щит, который нам поможет во всех направлениях. И меня очень сильно радует, что у нас сейчас стали очень сильно обращать внимание на науку, развивать науку, привлекать больше научных сотрудников, выделять на это время, ресурсы, деньги. Это очень радует, ведь без науки не будет никакого развития, не будет дальнейших шагов в будущее. Если вы помните, раньше мы всегда мечтали полететь в космос, заниматься большими вещами, создавать незыблемые вещи, которые просто никто не мог себе представить. А ведь 50 лет тому назад никто не мог представить, что у нас будут планшеты, никто не мог представить, что мы можем постоянно разговаривать по видеосвязи. Этого никто не мог представить, но это уже наше сегодняшнее, настоящее. Я уверена, что наша наука, наше молодое дарование смогут преодолеть невозможное. Важность сегодняшней конференции еще состоит в том, что она идет совместно с самыми талантливыми студентами. У каждой из этих групп есть крутые научные руководители, которые их ведут вперед. Хочу всем пожелать удачи. Акимат в лице нас, в лице управления цифровизации всегда рад, поддержит IT-университет, другие университеты. Мы всегда открыты к новшествам. Мы готовы дать вам различные площадки для тестирования. Мы активно сотрудничаем с IT-университетом, проводим очень много совместных мероприятий, будь оно в офлайн формате, будь это в научной стадии, так как развитие нашего города в части цифровизации, вообще оно непосредственно еще связано в целом с научным подходом. И мы рады, что можем совместно развивать наш город. Спасибо всем, удачи, прекрасного всем дня. Я уверена, что мы сегодня узнаем и услышим не одно интересное открытие.
Спасибо, госпожа Гасайбек. Next, we look forward for the presence of the chairman of the board of the National Telecommunication Holding, Mr. Arman Abdrasilov.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Я надеюсь, здесь можно снимать маску вдали от вас. Рад приветствовать участников конференции на данном мероприятии. Большая благодарность организаторам конференции, лично ректору университета Дархан, который смог обеспечить, скажем, безопасность, требования санитарных норм, да, и в то же время достичь результатов. Я очень горд сегодня выступать перед вами, потому что в числе сегодня выступающих есть мой научный руководитель Калтаев Айдархан Жуспекович. И настал тот день, да, когда я чувствую себя взрослым, и мой учитель, который меня выращивал, воспитывал, да, и я сегодня выступаю вместе с ним на одной площадке, но уже в роли совладельца университета. Это роль, о которой я когда-то даже не мог мечтать. Высшее образование – это, конечно же, фундаментальная вещь. Мои родители не имели высшего образования и вложили очень много усилий для того, чтобы лично я это высшее образование получил. Но если для того времени это было нормально, то в современных требованиях высшее образование стало обязательным, тем более в сфере IT. Очень много настроений таких, что, скажем так, молодежь, миллениалы считают, что высшее образование не нужно. Есть там альтернативные методы образования, но я с таким подходом категорически не согласен. Высшее образование – это вещь фундаментальная. Это, как когда-то говорил мне мой преподаватель, это высшее образование, это не то, что человек там выучил какие-то там знания, да, книги, это умение мыслить, умение прочитать книгу и разобраться в материале в будущем. То есть поэтому высшее образование – это крайне важный момент. Поэтому, еще раз повторюсь, крайне горд. Желаю участникам научной конференции успешных докладов, обмена мнениями. К сожалению, такой гибридный формат и офлайн формат лишает нас возможности там, общения в кулуарах, да, в полной мере обмена мнениями и полностью насладиться компанией таких известных и значимых людей нашего общества и в целом мире. Но, несмотря на это, желаю всем удачи и успешных докладов. Спасибо за внимание. Успешной конференции.
Большое спасибо, господин Абдрасилов, за столь теплые слова. And now it's time for signing of the agreement, University Alliance of Science and Technology. I'm glad to invite on the stage the Rector of Astana IT University, Mr. Darhan Ahmedzaki, the Rector of International IT University, Ms. Raisa Uskinbayeva, the Rector of Almaty University of Power Engineering and Telecommunications, Ms. Saule Sagintayeva, the Acting President of Kazakh British Technical University, Mr. Maratbek Bagdulin, the Acting President of University of International Business, Mr. Galimbek Siralin. Целью создания данного альянса является создание интегрированной научно-образовательной среды для подготовки конкурентоспособных кадров путем консолидации человеческих, материально-технических и иных ресурсов. Участники выражают заинтересованность во взаимном сотрудничестве в сфере образования, по взаимному согласию проводить обмен обучающимся всех уровней, обмен опытом образовательной практики, стажировки, сотрудничество в организации и реализации образовательных программ. В области научного сотрудничества по совместным международным и национальным проектам, в организации академических, научных и имиджевых мероприятий. Давайте поддержим аплодисментами участников, они подписывают очень важные договоры.
Я тогда сразу добавлю пару слов. Я бы хотел выразить большую благодарность нашим вузам, партнерам, что сегодняшнее мероприятие, в рамках которых мы подписываем данные меморандум, соглашения, она определит, наверное, новый тренд и такой стандарт развития. Потому что все, что мы делаем, это для того, чтобы действительно обеспечить академическое превосходство науки, образования и генерации идей не на словах, а на деле. И, конечно, это же поддержит конкурентоспособность высшего образования Казахстана. Поэтому, если коллеги, вам слово.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Конечно же, сегодня в условиях динамичного развития всех отраслей экономики, когда цифровизация проникла во все отрасли, в том числе и в высшее образование, когда в социальные сферы, я думаю, что консолидация человеческих, прежде всего интеллектуальных ресурсов, материально-технических и любых других ресурсов, оно придаст определенный импульс и положительный вектор развитию наших университетов по формированию качественных образовательных программ, по выполнению качественных научно-исследовательских востребованных проектов и предпринимательских проектов. И я думаю, что мы движемся в правильном направлении, и вместе мы сила.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники, организаторы конференции. Вот сегодняшнее мероприятие, которое сейчас вот происходит, консолидация сил университетов, которые работают в одном направлении по подготовке качественных специалистов для всей нашей страны и вообще в целом для мира. Думаю, что то, что сейчас вот происходит, объединены силы ведущих университетов, я ответственно подтверждаю это, даст новый импульс в развитии каждого университета и в целом образования Казахстана. И я думаю, что объединив силы в развитии не только цифровизации, а всех направлений в образовании, мы достигнем больших высот, и это будет большой прорыв в образовании Казахстана. Всех поздравляю с сегодняшним этим событием, и мы очень рады, как IT-университет, Международный университет информационных технологий, что у нас есть такие коллеги, с которыми мы вместе пойдем к большим победам. Успехов нам всем!
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые организаторы и участники конференции. Всех приветствуем. Я сам от лица университета международного бизнеса очень рад, что мы наконец-то создали этот альянс вузов, который состоит из самых передовых университетов Казахстана, из пятерки. И я согласен со всеми своими коллегами, которые ранее выступали. Это нас делает более сильнее, потому что мы можем консолидировать те же самые ресурсы и преподавателей, сотрудников, и материально-технические базы, и инфраструктуры, и можем двигаться дальше. И одним из таких вот частных случаев могу сказать, что проектов мы поддерживаем создать в рамках этого альянса междисциплинарные образовательные, совместно образовательные программы. Допустим, это будет финансовые технологии, которые все предметы по финансам будут читать лучшие преподаватели UIB, а все по IT – это одни из лучших профессионалов, это МУИТа и АИТУ. И самое главное нам – это предоставление качественных образовательных услуг. И все наши выпускники, они должны быть признаны не только в Казахстане, а в мире. Поэтому я желаю, что таких проектов у нас будет совместно далее больше. И желаю успехов Альянсу. Да. Спасибо.
Уважаемые участники конференции, приветствую вас. Действительно, конференция проходит под эгидой IEEE, серьезная организация. Все поданные доклады проходят тройное рецензирование, только лучшие попадают. И журнал сам будет публиковаться в Scopus, в Web of Science. Период пандемии, конечно, внес свои коррективы, но благодаря комбинированному формату можем посмотреть программу, очень насыщенная, очень много зарубежных ученых, которые сегодня, завтра, в течение этих 3 дней будут участвовать. Для нас, конечно, это историческое событие. 5 вузов сегодня мы собрались, подписали соглашение о создании альянса. Впереди объединенная работа, открываются новые горизонты, как в научном плане. Теперь мы более сильнее можем подавать на международные большие гранты, объединившись, найдя точки соприкосновения. Поэтому хотелось бы всем пожелать успешной работе в течение этих 3 дней, дискуссии хорошей, ну и альянсу, конечно, новых проектов, возможностей. Спасибо.
Да, давайте совместную фотографию. Вынесите, пожалуйста, подписанные документы. Исторический момент подписания соглашения. Давайте еще раз бурными аплодисментами поздравим участников Альянса. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to move the plenary presentations. It's my pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Rector of Astana IT University, Mr. Darhan Ahmed Zaki.
Ну, наверное, люди скажут, слишком часто выходят, да? Ну, по протоколу. Уважаемые коллеги, я сегодня хотел бы вам презентовать определенные те проекты, которые мы выполняем совместно с нашими партнерами внутри университета и готовы развивать его как в ближайшее время, организовывая совместные исследовательские группы, совместные группы по разработке, имея определенный опыт за эти годы, особенно по учебному процессу, нас всегда волновало, каким же должны быть университеты новой формации с точки зрения цифровизации. Те коллеги, которые ранее слышали ровно год тому назад, в феврале я здесь докладывался по итогам инициатив, которых мы делали в университете международного бизнеса. Сейчас мы запускаем такие же мероприятия, которые будут формироваться в АИТУ. Я уверен, что в рамках консорциума мы будем дальше развивать, естественно, на рынок предлагать самые лучшие решения. Так, как переключать? Да? Наш университет недавно, только 12 апреля, нам исполнилось ровно 2 года. В настоящее время у нас преподавательский состав в основном представлен из молодых. Средний возраст довольно 30 лет. Преподавание идет на английском языке, 9 образовательных программ. Сейчас мы в основном осуществляем только бакалавриат, открываем магистратуру, PhD-докторантуру. Хотим замкнуть как бы весь цикл подготовки кадров в IT. И, естественно, заранее осознавая, что уже на рынке существуют надежные и сильные игроки, другие университеты, мы ни в коем случае не намерены как бы переступать чью-то дорогу, а наоборот развивать смежные отрасли, междисциплинарные отрасли. И в нашей стратегии развития до 2025 года здесь все мероприятия прописаны. И хотелось бы сказать, что данные мероприятия не были бы возможны, если бы та команда, которая при взаимодействии с внешним рынком, с нашими партнерами не приложила усилия. В частности, нас очень хорошо поддерживает акимат города, нас поддерживают наши вендоры. И эволюционно, мелким шагом мы проясняем свои горизонты и хотим, чтобы развитие нашего университета было поступательным. Как я уже говорил, программы, которые в настоящее время мы предлагаем, да, возможно, где-то кажется, что это уже похоже, но основное отличие то, что обучение проводится в течение 3 лет, и мы, конечно же, идем в таком интенсивном треке. Каждый раз для нас как бы новый курс, это для нас новые задачи, и даже преподавание тех же самых профильных дисциплин в новом ключе, иногда отход от стандартных механизмов чтения лекций, а просто простое погружение в среду разработки. Для нас уже накопленный опыт в методологическом плане. И мы рады, что нам это удается, и мы поступательно движемся дальше. Касательно того, что по контингенту, ну, вы здесь видите цифры, конечно, контингент меняется. Обучение для наших студентов, я бы не сказал, что она такое легкое, наоборот, постоянное такое workload выдерживается. И мы видим, что большинство студентов нравится у нас учиться. Первые курсники, которые 15 января до конца марта здесь у нас были, они, к сожалению, вынуждены были мы их отпустить опять на онлайн, но большим желанием они хотели продолжать обучение в стенах университета. То есть о нас рынок знает. В настоящее время дополнительно то, что в прошлом году открылась, это военная кафедра. Она имеет свою специализацию, и 3 направления мы покрываем. В части КИС-систем, в части топографических каких-то элементов. Но, естественно, здесь необходимо отметить, что сильный состав преподавателей, который сейчас сформирован на базе нашей кафедры, позволяет уже надеяться на новые проекты. Недавно приходил замминистра обороны по повышению квалификации сотрудников военной структуры. Касательно наших партнеров, которые поддерживают нас по сертификации, конечно же, интеграция в образовательную программу, сертификационная программа, она имеет существенную практическую значимость. В то же время необходимо понимать, что иметь большое количество сертифицированных тренеров университетам нелегко, и мы взращиваем кадры внутри себя. Это то, что вкратце, то, что сделано университетом до настоящего времени. Что же мы будем делать дальше, чтобы видеть горизонты, как классические университеты, которые есть на рынке? Это же, конечно же, брать за основу концентрацию талантов, сбор талантливых ребят, которые будут учиться в нашем университете, приглашение хороших преподавателей первоклассных, развивать нашу инфраструктуру, естественно, выводить на передний план эффективное корпоративное управление. В то же время мы понимаем, что миссия университета, она не может быть постоянно внутри себя обращена, и мы хотим делиться с теми наработками, которые уже есть у нас, и готовы помогать обществу и, в частности, нашему городу Нур-Султан. Как мы видим в научном плане? Здесь вот мы показываем, где идет на внутреннем, на национальном и как бы на отраслевом уровне. На больше локальном уровне это касается проекты по Smart University, по работе с нашими бизнес-партнерами, по Digital Twins, Mobile Learning, учитывая, что большинство наших проектов совместно с нашими студентами развивается в рамках внутреннего проекта IEEE Project Challenge. Мы хотим, чтобы наши студенты разрабатывали первоклассные приложения, которые базируются сами по себе на облачных решениях, а это уже будет параллельно развивать наш ЕГОВ тех, и чтобы это все увязывалось. Мы для себя на верхнем уровне смотрим задачи по смарт-сети и по технологиям, но на самом верхнем, учитывая, что мы все-таки вузовская среда, я благодарен нашим партнерам, нашим университетам Альянса. Мы дальше будем продвигать проект по повышению квалификации и непрерывному обучению ИКТ навыков. Что касается текущей ситуации вообще на рынке, большинство существующих приложений, они в основном сейчас находятся на стадии накопления данных, и мы понимаем, что мы также находимся на этой стадии, но в то же время внутри запускаем уже сервисы для того, чтобы анализировать цифровой след. Вообще большинство наших партнеров и коллег понимают сбор данных по обучению, по академическим достижениям. Здесь в первую очередь необходимо проработать методологическую сторону. В конце я покажу, как с методологической стороны, с академической стороны мы подходим к этому вопросу. Но это вот ближайший трек движения, который эволюционно нас должен привести к компетентной модели по цифровизации. Это наше как бы видение по IT-системе. У нас, как вы знаете, приглашенным проректорами является по науке наш Андрей Александрович Белощицкий, по цифровизации доктор Карстен. И развивая аналогичную проект, у них то же самое в университете Дортмунде осуществляется. Конечно, мы не хотим просто повторять их практику, мы хотим увязывать с нашими реалиями. И логика того, чтобы в конечном итоге университет превращался также в цифровой двойник, digital twin, как и в киберфизическом пространстве, так и в виртуальном пространстве. Это будет накладывать для нас дополнительную нагрузку с точки зрения, чтобы получать весь сервис в IT-экосреде университета. Ну и, естественно, даже если он оканчивает наш университет, через несколько лет он мог возвращаться и обращаться к нашим базам знаний, накопленных нашими системами. В настоящее время наше IT-шное подразделение работает над тем, чтобы создавать цельные личные кабинеты, чтобы доступ к этим базовым знаниям были. Мы могли бы видеть трек сложности обучения, увидеть саму методологию, на выбор дисциплин, траектории. В настоящее время сама цифровая экосистема представлена из этих групп. Как вы видите, здесь есть персонификация, потому что сама логика персонального и адаптированного обучения, она есть в основе новых IT-систем, продвигаемых на Западе. Самые, общеизвестные это системы EDX, и мы сейчас специально открыли лаборатории по EdTech, пытаемся замкнуть полный цикл как внутреннего обеспечения цифровизации, плюс сервис-ориентированность, плюс для того, чтобы у нас в экосреде самого фонда есть и колледж, и детский сад, и школы МИРАС. И мы понимаем, что сам цифровой след просто как личности, оно не начинается, не заканчивается на нашем стадии высшего образования. Талантливая молодежь, она выходит чуть ли не из детского сада, поэтому на самом-то деле включать в IT-экосреду наши другие подразделения, другие наши партнеров, мне кажется, это вот тот ориентир, который вузы будут брать на себя, потому что само видение, она подходит, и специфика развития IT-систем позволяет это делать. Вы можете видеть, какие требования по системной части. В настоящее время сама архитектура представлена следующим образом. Да, вы можете сказать, что есть некоторые модули в наших университетах, мы не отрицаем, и мы понимаем, что перегруппировка, особенно компонентного реализации для функционала деканата, офис-регистратуры, таких других специфичных служб, она должна базироваться на принципах не жесткой структурированной архитектуры, а мягкой между собой корреляции, обмена данных. Та же самая идеология сейчас продвигается в EdTech. Точнее, GovTech относительно нашей платформы электронного правительства. Примерно такую же модель на облачной инфраструктуре, программируя через сервис-ориентированные микросервисы, подключением мобильных приложений, с обращением, конечно, базы данных, соблюдением всех принципов enterprise, мы развиваем эту идеологию у себя в университете. Сейчас это вот базовый прототип. Наше подразделение уже с этой, в настоящее время она разработала соответствующий модуль, и мы будем внедрять в осенний-весенний период, чтобы подготовить к осеннему периоду уже функциональность более развернутой работы. Сейчас все это базируется на логике облачных вычислений, чтобы и личный кабинет, и Learning Management System, оно все было структурировано, и завтра мы могли бы компоненты собирать, а не к единому ядру. В настоящее время то, что здесь приведено, это профили, которые регистрируются как для студентов, так и для преподавателей. Это позволяет нам видеть в целом логику того, чтобы завтра при планировании расписаний, так и, естественно, для того, чтобы студент мог видеть сложности в академическом успеваемости, так и, естественно, развивать новые задачи, чтобы развивать личность в целом, не только с академической стороны, но и с точки зрения приспособленности к научным исследованиям, плюс к этому к социальному развитию. Здесь представлена часть модулей, которые в настоящее время уже есть, соответствующая IT-служба в этом направлении работает. Но мы не хотим останавливаться только на этом. И вот, в частности, в Университете международного бизнеса мы начинали этот проект, здесь у себя развиваем дальше. Как же соединить 3 блока направления? Первая сторона – это социальное развитие, посередине образование, а с правой стороны – это наука и инновации. Мы здесь предполагаем, что это будет research-oriented стадии. Наши соответствующие департамент академических вопросов, так и с преподавателями отрабатывает. Но главная идея заключается в том, чтобы мы, как университет, не обеспечивали только learning outcomes с точки зрения образовательных академических достижений, чтобы личность развивалась разносторонне и больше стремилась к логике life outcomes, чтобы завтра можно было бы оцифровать его достижения и, естественно, представлять на рынке трудоустройства более в полном формате. Мы хотим это все связать в единый логику интегрального GPA, где часть академической работы будет учитываться по своему коэффициенту, research-oriented стадии – это по науке, ну и социальное развитие. Вот вчера только мы на ученом совете разбирали этот вопрос, который будет охватить как сервис-ленинг, так и лидерство. Конечная цель такая, чтобы траектория выбора от входа в наш университет, набора дисциплин постепенно сопровождалась от статистики, анализа цифрового следа и, конечно, на компетентную модель. Теперь мы параллельно работаем, учитывая, что личность, обучающаяся в нашем университете, она должна быть интегрирована и в городскую инфраструктуру, и он оставляет там след, и он развивает, и точно такое же видение, наверное, у других университетов есть, но вот сейчас мы пытаемся совместно с нашим местным акиматом подать вот такой проект. Он структурно состоит из 4 блоков. Это касается интеллектуальной составляющей каршеринга и по зеленым технологиям оптимизации. Ну и, конечно, завтра это будет проецироваться на наших же студентов и на наших преподавателей, что хорошо. Университет – это большая структура, и можно проводить реальные вычислительные эксперименты и делать анализ по результатам. Стремление к тому, чтобы получить профиль, так и проживание. Ну, конечно, этот проект мы делали в UIB, но я думаю, что после городской инфраструктуры, наработанной в Алматы, она и будет иметь значение в городе Нур-Султане. Так, и теперь в конце я бы хотел сказать все-таки ближайшие задачи, которые мы ставим для того, чтобы 5 университетов могли бы полноценно обеспечить цифровую трансформацию как и нашего общества, не с интеграцией в экосреду как IT-школ, так и IT-лицеев, так и IT-колледжей. И, например, примерно аналогичные модели уже на рынке существуют. Мы не первые. Примерно такие базовые подходы были для университета Калифорнии, Лондона и для французских коллег. Поэтому, действительно, как отметили наши ректора, объединение ресурсов позволит быть сильнее и осуществлять новые проекты. Мы ожидаем, что тот проект, который сейчас продвигается в нашем обществе, по инициативе президента, обучение в течение всей жизни будет иметь четкие контуры и напрямую проецироваться для IT-специалистов. Оно и охватывает 3 блока, как обучение в течение всей жизни, в ширину жизни и сама мотивация к обучению, потому что как раз IT-обучение, она не может быть на месте стоять. Каждый раз программисту необходимо повышать свою квалификацию. Вкратце, из чего это состоит? Базовые блоки, там она агрегирована как накопление информации по полученным кредитам, так и, естественно, для того, чтобы дальше проходить сертификацию. То есть необходимо интегрировать в экосреду университетов. Как я уже говорил, это невозможно сделать только силами университета. Мы сейчас вместе в рабочей группе работаем с IT-школами, как уже отмечал Дархан Ахмедиев с Министерства цифровизации. Они больше поддерживают в настоящее время частные инициативы в этой области. Хотим, чтобы университеты не отставали и двигались дальше в унисон государственной политики. Для того, чтобы перейти на такие сложные проекты по обучению в течение всей жизни, нам необходимо будет овладеть новыми методологиями. Здесь это не просто придуманная вещь, такой же подход используют университеты, как СБЕР-21. Какая же экосреда предполагается? Она уже усложняется, IT-система. Это не просто LMS и CMS-системы. Необходимо будет добавлять новые сервисы. И вот в рамках лаборатории ЕТЕХа наши коллеги изучают, как это интегрировать в единый такой профиль. Наши университеты с правой стороны вместе со структурами, где больше относятся к нашему фонду, бизнес и Министерство цифровизации и Министерство труда, она, естественно, само заинтересована в повышении цифровой грамотности, и новая структура Института непрерывного образования должны помочь охватить и выполнить эту задачу. Сама логика перезачета кредитов в скором времени мы покажем, как это будет осуществляться, и надеюсь, что наши и другие партнеры на рынке поддержат наши инициативы в рамках Альянса. Логика примерно такая. Часть курсов не то, что просто зачитывать уже пройденные за краткосрочный период, а именно сильные, надежные курсы от вендоров, от сильные курсы, где мы можем действительно смотреть качество. Это все записывается также, аналогично оставляется цифровой след, система учета достижений, IT. Поэтому развитие идет эволюционно, и мы думаем, что первые примеры покажут результат, где нам успеть лучше доработать. Все делается ради того, чтобы профиль компетенции личности соответствовал ожиданиям рынка. Ну, здесь сама методология, через какие задания. Ну, обычно мы говорим как? Стремление признавать результаты обучения через микрокредиты с присвоением микроквалификации, потому что для айтишной структуры всегда важно, чтобы сотрудник развивался, и при стремлении его получить дополнительные знания, эти знания накапливались, и он мог бы в конечном итоге претендовать на те же самые формализованные образования. Здесь сама логика, верхняя часть. Конечно, здесь по методологии необходимо работать, чтобы разрабатывать такие отраслевые рамки квалификации, а нижняя сторона, это больше касается вузов, когда вуз готов на себя взять ответственность, какой же набор компетенций он должен себя осуществлять. Сама компетентная модель, словами сказать легко, но вшивать его в IT-систему, это требует уже полноценного накопления базы знаний. И вот наши сейчас подразделения IT, мои коллеги с Алматы вот изучают и хотят привести к единому формату формализации. Ну, у меня все. Я вот хотел бы с вами поделиться, что проекты цифровой Digital University, они есть и в других университетах. Если есть какие-то наработки в части улучшения текущей практики, мы всегда открыты и надеемся на плодотворное сотрудничество. Спасибо вам.
Давайте поблагодарим Дархана Жамакановича за столь подробную информацию об университете и о концепции непрерывного образования. Now, I'm glad to invite Deputy Chairman of the State Customs Committee of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Mr. Iqbal Babayev. Mr. Iqbal, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes. Good morning. Great. Good morning. Do you hear me? Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Good morning.
Okay, can I start?
Sure. Yes.
So, again, greetings to everyone from Baku. Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation is about IT management in dynamical changing environment. As you know, the topics related to general, but my given examples will be from the customs sphere, because I am responsible for innovation projects in Azerbaijan customs. And on the other hand, the customs is one of dynamically changing sphere, because customs sphere closely connected to the international trade, which is always unstable. And Today, there is no way to talk about any improvement without IT technology and innovation. If until recently we have been talking about just one minute, comment. Okay, I understand. And today, there is no way to talk about any improvement without technology and innovation. If until recently we have been talking about innovation projects such as, for example, in customs, single window, one-stop information exchange projects. Now we talk about smart city, blockchain technology, big data, and Internet of Things. I think only a short time has passed. The relates we faced in our organization pose the following improvement questions. Why data is big today? Why decision making is problem today? Why we must spend time for analysis? This means that with the application of such as new methods, we want to see our life totally different from what it is now. You know, the start and success of any improvement, first of all, depends on correct perception of this improvement by people. First, we need to make a revolution with regard to this improvement in our minds, and only then in our life and society accordingly. What challenges we face today in international trade? International trade, today international trade we witness the following phenomenon, such as increasing trade turnover and complicated procedures and supply chain innovations. But in order to achieve these requirements, we have to deal with global social economical problems, such as globalization of markets and incapability of national project to keep competence and essential excess expenditure of resource of production unit. And as a result, the environment requires new approach from us. We need to shift to data-driven, evidence-based decision-making, and shifting from traditional analysis to that is often referred to business intelligence. What happened? To predictive analyze what could be happen, and of course, and intelligent professional sphere such as customs. And now let us see how we understand big data in customs. Big data is the term that is used to describe large volumes and structured and unstructured data. And data is collected from a number of sources, such as business transactions, social media information provided from machine-to-machine data. And data also comes in various types of format, from structured data size, such as numeric data, database, unstructured data such as text documents, email, audio, video, financial transaction, etc. And we usually say data is the new oil, and data is like oil. Data needs to be refined before it is get value. Main reason of big data in Azerbaijan customs are the following innovation projects, such as development of United Automated Management System, single window principle, e-government solution, minimizing interaction between government and traders through e-services, infrastructure development based on new technology, and application of paperless technology in business process, project on capacity building, project on cooperation with other stakeholders, such as government bodies, international organizations, foreign and private sectors. And then the application of the risk management and risk analysis. On the other hand, the initiatives for big data is the activities of basic source of data in customs and such as a business community and bank sectors and government agencies, and of course customs sphere too. And as business community, there are domains, customs to business, customs to government, customs to customs. Implementation of this project was carried out on parallel basis in all these three main directions and trade facilitations. Now is information formulated as customs today is following. How we formulated in information is customs fair today. You can see from this slide the key components of big data collection for decision making in customs. Everything is built in infrastructure, first of all, and then local information platform where located all database, and global information support platform, and then decision making platform. And the key requirements for decision making using big data in customs are three factors. First of data, technology, and knowledge. This is three factors of decision making using big data. And customs administration needs to build capabilities of receiving and storing and processing such data in ways that it could be subsequently used for analytic purpose. Data analysis helps to customs administration to make both strategic and operational decisions and how to allocate resource, particularly with respect to intelligence, investigation, revenue assurance, and front-table services. And in customs sphere, we have structured big data to the following domains. First of all, we prioritize data based on the importance level. For example, data used at the border checkpoints for registration, transport, and goods ensure border crossing. Data used at customs offices for customs clearance, and data used for decision making at the Central Customs Administration. And the data among the three domains are exchange based on business needs. This is the approach we follow. And any IT project which are part of innovation project usually requires the following. Innovation such as first of all, infrastructure development, such as improvement of office, logistics, equipment, other facilities. And next, business process modernization, such as like business process analysis, re-engineering, innovation projects such as single window principle, time release study, paperless technology, e-custom, one-stop, and etc. Capacity next stage, this capacity building. Capacity building, like training, needs assessment, seminars, workshop, and methodology and management methods, project management tools. I would like to show you basically points our philosophy of our science, our topics. It is how we transition project from one region to a different region. As you know, customs fair, this is dynamical changing environment, and we need change projects sometimes, and we have to transition from other regions, some project to Azerbaijan, recommended by World Customs Organization. Besides this, this is transfer of knowledge, and techniques are very important on the basis of best international practice. Best international practice, but this is only framework of WCO, World Customs Organization. As you see from this slide, to introduce any project from one region to another region, we suggest sluice, we use sluice technology to transfer knowledge. And under such technologies, the idea is transferred directly, but knowledge will be transferred through sluice technology, taking into account the criteria such as law, culture, geography, and economic of country, of region. And that is why we must implement an innovation project taking into account two factors of the uneven development, such as a desire to live and inclination to develop. So during implementation of innovation project in customs, we face with internal and external influences, factors, which must be taken into account and managed. And what is including in the management area, project manager components are such as scope management, quality management, environment management, resource and human resource, change, risk management, change management, integration management, and information and communication management. This is very important for managing innovation project in dynamical changing environment sphere. And the characteristic of automation business process in customs is proving the customs is dynamical developing object. The project must be success oriented. The project must be oriented for reliability and flexibility. The project must be completed with international standard systems. As you know, we have to implement it all project recommended by World Customs Organization. and other international standards about customs. The systems must be able to be integrated with other domestic and international customs sphere. And main components of the customs sphere is business process management, control procedures, innovation projects, integrated document management, automated ERP systems, and policy. It is coverage all electronic services systems. And exists several methods of project implementation, innovation project implementation in customs sphere. For example, two of them are first development and then ICT projects. I mean, it's development of business process and then implementation information technology. This is first method. And next method is development via information communication technologies. It means development business process, re-engineering via ICT. Basic difference of these two methods is the flows. Under the first method, modernization of business process, first of all, and followed by development of automation systems for a new business, then implementation of developed automation systems, and training of personnel by new business process, and application at the user's level. And the next method is means, first of all, automation of existing business process, followed by implementation of developed system, while the modernization is realized through users' feedback. And we choose actually second methods, development via ICT, because since it is less time consuming because of on-job trainings and step-by-step modernization together with automation. Modernization, automation business process, and this time training of the personnel by new systems. And after this feedback, we change next business process automation, and next stage training by new business. We change old system step by step to new system, and with via ICT projects, innovation project, such as, for example, single window project. And we create trainings of personnel by new systems. And next time we'll automate the next business process. And we don't stop business process totally, generally in customs sphere. And we automate it by part of business process in life cycle regime. And as a result of this decree in Azerbaijan Customs Service, electronic service systems has been implemented since 2015. Within this period, the number of business we used and benefited the service system increasing. Traders can be benefit from service provided by web portals of customs service. As you see from this slide, increasing all electronic services, for example, electronic declaration systems and e-customs payment systems and simple declaration systems and different all e-service, electronic service, e-custom service is increasing. And next, it should be noted the innovation does, as you know, does not always bring happiness to us. Therefore, I would like to remind everyone of method street lights and what we should stop doing next to continue or stop, what to benchmarking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babayev, for informative presentation. Okay, next, may I invite Doctor of Technical Sciences of Kyiv National University of Construction and Architecture, Mr. Sergey Bushuev.
Could I demonstrate my screen? Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah. Are you hear me?
Yes.
Окей. Я хотел бы согласовать формат выступления. Я хотел бы выступать на английском языке, но если будут вопросы на русском, я готов отвечать на двух языках. Topic of my presentation is managing project success when infodemic, pandemic and panicdemic environment on the COVID-19. In this presentation, I concentrate on a panicdemic situation which we have now in all former Soviet Union countries, include Kazakhstan. I present here Ukraine, Kyiv Technical University of Construction and Architecture. At the same time, I am independent director of Almaty MUIT. My responsibility is strategic development of university. When we start develop our approach and our model 2 years ago, when COVID-19 only come to former Soviet Union countries, we have huge uncertainty. Uncertainty, we don't know what kind of viruses it, how fast we have to create some infection. And in this case, we use so-called entropy approach, action entropy approach, which use the category action, entropy, dissipation, which allow us using action entropy to just a moment. I'm sorry. We use this approach to clarify uncertainty in dynamic of infodemic, pandemic, and panicdemic model system of COVID-19. Our study present universal formalization of action entropy for various organizations, which is each country with the problem with COVID-19. Action entropy approach determine the information entropy, which introduced by in the 1950 by Shannon, but we extend this approach not only information entropy, we apply different kind of entropy for analysis of structure of organization and analysis how we develop this organization in uncertain situation. The general the conceptual model of the simulation system which we use and our final destination is create immune system to protection each society from the virus COVID-19. We look on the risk and opportunities in society. We have a society with some immune system which created by pandemic, infodemia, and panicdemia together. It's three different kind of influence on the society. We start our research from applying so-called Sears model. This is a existing model which use for simulation infection, and this model is defined on the fourth stage: suspectable, exposed, infection, and recovery with a feedback. Now we have third wave of COVID pandemic in Ukraine. I believe in Kazakhstan we have more or less same situation. For simulation, this system, we apply the classical differentiation equation. It's present on the left part of my slide. We understand that at the middle of 2020, or even in the middle of 2019, World Health Organization introduced the new was infodemic. This is an influence of information which we receive from the different media and different channels, and how this infodemic influence on the COVID-19 pandemic. We combine these two models and try simulate the situation in our country. As usually, we would like to have a so-called balance between infodemic and pandemic. Infodemic, in some cases, increase pandemic situation in society according to the influence on the business, operational trust, and including the government decision. It's based on strategic trust and strategic decision, vision of the situation in some countries. Here we have the conceptual model of all these three components: infodemic, pandemic, and panicdemic, because it's an interconnected element of comprehensive system. At the beginning, we have pandemic, which after that defined in the media through the infodemic, and in society we have panicdemic. Now we have the situation in Ukraine, because we have not predicted anything, but at the same time we try to create public immune system with some feedback. I try explain the situation in the system on this example. We have capacity of the health system in each country. We have a classical curve, which is a result of simulation by Sears model, and we have time, and in the Z wave of pandemic in Ukraine, we have overload our health system, and for instance, in each hospital we have 20 or 40 emergency car with the patient, and they wait 12 hours just to get a hospital. It's a very dangerous situation in this case. That means we come to panic zone, which decrease the immune system. For the simulation of emotion component, because panicdemic based on emotional of society, each people who living in this country, we use innovative for managing innovative projects formula Professor Simonov, which present on this slide. We have emotion, its degree and quality of impact on the panicdemic. We have power and influence on the actual need. We have assessment of the possibility of meeting the need based on the inner and genetic experience, etc. We apply this formula for assess emotion of degree of emotion. For simulation, the situation in the time, we use Kubler-Ross curve of the personal change in the society. In this case, we have two kinds of emotion which has influence on the panic. It's sthenic emotion, which we are going up, and we struggle against the diseases. Asthenic emotion, which decrease our resistance to these diseases. And we have again sthenic emotion, which increase our immune system. And in each point, which is critical, we need to analyze the situation with the COVID-19. Here, we investigate the change of competence of manager, which struggle against COVID under asthenic emotion. We have to see score number 2 is competence for struggle against COVID in general in Ukraine. When we have asthenic emotion and self-reflection decrease, and maximum is conflict and crises dramatically decrease, relation and engagement decrease this as a set parameter. The same situation we have when we have asthenic emotion. We increase our society immune system, and all parameters of emotion of competence increases. This is a statement of research program. This is a transformation project management system in the context of interaction to infodemic pandemic system, COVID-19 environment with the action entropy approach. I get here the main definition. There is the theoretical background of our research, how we assess and define some action entropy in COVID-19 system with infodemic, pandemic, and panicdemic entropy. This is a continuum of our mathematical simulation where we have informational entropy and we have action entropy, which should be used for the managing general system in COVID-19 in society. And as a conclusion, I would like to say the action entropy concept is applied for this comprehensive system with uncertain condition. The universal formalization of action entropy for the various systems like infodemic, pandemic, and panicdemic system, and extension of this system for organization is presented. The relationship between the entropy and the informational structural entropy system has established. The effect of adding a new project to the structure of this system on the integrated action entropy investigated. The presented result from the new look of the qualitative assessment of both single projects according COVID-19 and entire system according infodemic, pandemic, and panicdemic in the society. Thank you for attention. My presentation over. I'm ready to answer the question.
Okay, I would like to thank you for your presentation, Mr. Bushuev. Next, we look forward for the presence of Global Head of Artificial Intelligence in Project Management in Turkey, Elmas Çetin. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and I'm sharing the.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Then it is okay. And good morning, everybody.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. It is very nice to see you. And my presentation entitled Artificial Intelligence Technique Used in Project Management. But before presenting my presentation, I would like to thank to the chairs of the conference and the member of organizing committee and Astana IT University as a whole. Actually, it has truly been an exceptional year for all of us. A year that brought plenty of challenges and uncertainty. Thanks to this conference that brought people together, I wish all of you a healthy life, and I wish a successful conference. And let's start with a question. What is artificial intelligence? Our society is moving away from routine tasks and permanent organization to more streamlined structure, where the project form is the most natural way to organize most activities. At the same time, society has to cope with unprecedented complexity due to factors such as climate change, rapidly changed markets, poverty, and the financial crisis. Before me, Professor Sergei Bushiev talked about pandemic, infodemic, and panicdemic, etc. The society is different from before, actually. Artificial intelligence is one of the most important things humanity is working on. It's more profound than electricity or fire. The rise of artificial intelligence over the last few years has been enormous. Artificial intelligence is essentially defined as the ability of a machine to mimic intelligent human behavior and therefore attempts to stimulate human cognition capability through symbolic manipulation and symbolic structures knowledge bases. Artificial intelligence has already been used frequently in our daily lives. Some of them can be listed as Netflix, for example, Spotify, for example, and Siri. Artificial intelligence has already been changing industries ranging from finance to healthcare. People believe that the artificial intelligence will change their job, and part of their job could be done by artificial intelligence. Therefore, they fear that they will lose their jobs as artificial intelligence will take away their business. What is project management? Project management requires more collaboration these days, but not everyone has the same level of knowledge or specialized skills in project management. In addition, project outputs are highly influenced by human characters, such as motivation, emotion, habits, and culture. However, with the advancement of artificial intelligence, new projects will differ from requirements and problems are coming onto the horizon at a rapid speed. So what is artificial intelligence in project management? The future of project management is in an initial stage as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. In project management, artificial intelligence can be used to perform day-to-day management and governance without requiring any input from a human. Artificial intelligence can then use this understanding to discover insight, perform more complex tasks, make recommendations, and make decisions, sometimes in a very different way than people would do. Additionally, artificial intelligence would be great for ongoing tasks such as variance and trend analysis. Because of many uncertain factors, complicated influence factors in project management, every project has its own individual characters and generality. Over the last decade, the development and application of artificial intelligence in project management has given good grounds for expecting of achievements which are mainly used in project evaluation, diagnosis, decision makings, and predictions. So what will be impact of artificial intelligence? The recent global survey on artificial intelligence impact in project management conducted by IPMA, International Project Management Association, and PricewaterhouseCoopers explore the current views of the potential impact and the future possibilities and opportunities for the project management professionals. The report creates a clear picture of the full potential of the artificial intelligence globally. 15.7 trillion US dollars, 15.7 trillion US dollar. That's the global economic growth that artificial intelligence will provide by 2030 in just 9 years time. As a general view, employees want to know what artificial intelligence means for their job and future prospects, while businesses are asking how they can capitalize on the opportunities that artificial intelligence presents and where investment should be targeted. Some thought about artificial intelligence as follow. In 5 years, there will be an increased number of companies that will use artificial intelligence technologies in project management in order to not fall behind the companies or competitions. I also think that new and more improved artificial intelligence technologies will be available in the near future. Automation already exists. It is now moving to the next frontier of machine learning and better predictive analytics. Majority of routine operation will be performed by artificial intelligence and big data support for decision making. I believe that in the next few years, the rise of artificial intelligence will cause great changes in the way projects are managed. So what are artificial intelligence progressing area generally? Based on how artificial intelligence is progressing, here are some areas that are ripe for wholly or at least partially being taken over. For example, requirement collections, schedule creation and monitoring, budget creation and monitoring, quality control, resource planning and monitoring, risk analysis and response planning. So why is artificial intelligence is important? There are several areas of project management that artificial intelligence can support and streamline. For example, artificial intelligence automates repetitive learning and discovery through data. Artificial intelligence adds intelligence to existing products. AI adopts true progressive learning algorithms to let the data to do programming. AI achieves incredible accuracy through deep neural networks, which was previously impossible. So what are artificial techniques? Briefly, I'll give brief information about that. For example, artificial neural network. An example of artificial neural network can be seen on the screen. There are input layers, hidden layers, and output layers. Another important branch of artificial intelligence is fuzzy logic. There are knowledge rule and rule base, and Cripps input comes, and after fuzzifier, it converts into fuzzy sets, and after inference engine, fuzzy sets goes to defuzzification. The fuzzifier makes defuzzification and crypts output. I made mistake. It should be output instead of input. Crypts output will come to real world. And another one is expert system. There is a system and user, you are asking query and getting advanced according to many experts knowledge and other things. Genetic algorithm is another important branch which is based on Darwin's second second theory, which is about natural selection. Thank you for your attention. If any question, I would like to answer it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chitin.
Thank you very
Dear
much,
ladies and
Mr.
gentlemen,
Chitin.
Thank you.
dear ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first half of the plenary presentations. I would like to thank all the speakers and participants who were with us today. We'll continue our plenary presentation after a 30-minute break. Всех присутствующих в зале приглашаю на кофе-брейк, который размещен в холле непосредственно перед актовым залом.
Те гости, которые пришли чуть позже, да, мы потом еще раз покажем наши лаборатории. Это, наверное, уже вы сами сделаете, да, Андрей Александрович, договоритесь?
Следующее начало сессии во сколько? Скажите, пожалуйста.
Уважаемые участники, продолжение сессии после 30 минут. 30 минут перерыв.
Hello, good morning. Here's Ingo Kunold.
Guten Morgen und Grüß Gott aus Bayern.
Good morning from Cairo and Austria.
Yes. Hello, good morning. Here's Ingo Kunold. I hope you can hear me. Is this okay?
Loud and clear. Hello, hello. Somebody listening? Hello?
Yes, hello. Here's Ingo Kunold speaking.
Yeah, Reinhard Wagner here. Am I in the right session? Because I think there's nothing happening here. Is it still a break or when do they continue?
Hello, Reinhard, it's Shulpan speaking.
Hello, Chopin.
We are having now a break, like we'll start in 5 minutes time, okay? We'll just a bit
Oh,
late.
you are in a delay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Reinhard. Hello, how are you?
I'm very fine, and I hope the same on your side. It's good to
I'm
see you
glad
after
to
such a long
see
time.
you.
Hi.
Hello, good morning.
You're both
Morning.
smiling.
Reinhard, hi.
Oh, Sergey. It's especially good to see you. So did you recover? All good?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's good.
I'm so glad.
More or less. It's long time after the COVID, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to
How are
welcome
you,
back.
Reinhard? Okay.
Very busy, very busy.
Good, good.
It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, the first deputy chairman of the board of Halyk Bank, Anton Musin. Anton?
Hello, everyone. Can
Hello.
you see me? Yes, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. So shall I project the presentation? Share my presentation. 1 second, please. Can you see my slides?
Ребята, можете вывести? Yes, we can.
Very good. So let me first of all introduce myself. I'm the first deputy of Halyk Bank, first deputy of the CEO of the Halyk Bank, responsible for IT, digitalization, and transactional business. I have 15 years of experience in banking in different geographies. So I worked in Russia. I worked in the Middle East for a few years, and last 3 years, my I would say work attention is Kazakhstan. And so today I'm going to speak about a quite interesting initiative that we have launched in our bank, which we called Data Factory. So probably it's important to, before jumping into the details of this initiative, it's important to tell where we are right now as the bank, speaking about, first of all, our transformation program. Bank, after the relatively recent merge with Kazkombank, started big transformation program in a different dimension: business, information technology, digitalization, operating model, and so we are in the middle of this program. A lot of things are happening in the bank. Bank is very focused on transforming itself from the, I would say, normal financial institution to the one of the digital leaders in the Central Asia. And coming back to the project that I want to speak about is a few words about the initiative itself. So the Data Factory, what is this? The Data Factory is the project, quite big project, few years duration project. We are in the first quarter of the project right now, focused on gathering data insights from the data that we are sitting on and the external data that we can capture from the market. And basically the values that we see out of this project are quite probably obvious, but I believe it's good to mention what are these values. First of all, we want to of course, we want to improve the quality of service for our customers. We want to increase the level of service that we are providing through proposing not just better service, but the proposing right product in the right place, right service in the right place. And this is one of the biggest values and biggest thing that we want to provide to our customers. There are, of course, some internal things that we want to achieve. Here on the slide, you can see some internal KPIs that we are raising this year to be achieved during this initiative. And these objectives are focused on gathering extra growth in our three main business directions: retail, SME, and corporate. We want to increase the transactional activity of our clients. We want to reduce customer churn, and we want to reactivate our customers. we expect, depends on the area, from 10 to 20% of growth in each of these aspects. In order to achieve this, we want to build the new, we are in the middle of it, we want to build a new analytical platform, which is based on the big data technology, data lakes, and different aspects of data mining, data integration. Right now, we are in the middle of the technology phase, so we are preparing this platform, and this will be one of the cornerstones of the future growth of the project itself. And the third goal for this project during this year is we want to improve our management reporting capabilities. So we want to develop more management reporting indicators. So for this year, the goal is 135 new management reporting indicators, which will help us to manage our banking business better. So this is again very important initiative for us. And we are the public company, so we publicly announce this initiative as one of the major business and technology initiative for this year and for the next, and as the continuation for the next year and the year after. And in order to achieve this, as this is quite a big story, we from the very beginning we thought how to manage this initiative. Yes, from the project management perspective, program management perspective, change management of the bank, because we are quite big bank. We are more than 30% of the banking system of Kazakhstan, and 20,000 employee plus working in the bank, about 1,000 digital and IT personals working simultaneously in the different aspects of our digitalization and IT landscape. And so it's quite, I mean, even from the change management perspective, it was quite difficult challenge and quite difficult program to arrange and to run. And what we have done in order to, and what we are still working on in order to make this program and this project happen. First of all, I believe that it's important to mention that before starting this program, we have spent about three months to prepare the kind of a feasibility study where we have formulate the high-level requirements for the program. We have formulate organizational design, and I will speak about it a bit later. We have formulated the roadmap and the business case of the program. So before starting the job, we've done a lot of preparation in understanding how this program will be executed and what we want to achieve. And so that was the first thing that we have developed. The second thing, even before starting the program itself, we start thinking about organizational changes in the bank in order to support this program from the organizational resources perspective. And we have created two new organizational units. The one and the biggest out of these two is the office of the chief data officer. So the person and the organizational unit with this person are responsible for the whole program itself and for all resources that we have allocated to develop the program and then to run the operational tasks around this initiative. The second big unit that we have created, probably not big, but very important, is Chief Data Science Office. So it was another dedicated organizational unit with the Chief Data Scientist on the top of this unit in order to manage specifically the data insights topics that we want to, I would say, be focused on. So this unit is focused on gathering from the data prepared by the Chief Data Officer and gathering the insights out of it, understanding how we can implement this data and where it can be implemented. So these two major organizational aspects were implemented before starting the program, even before starting the program. These two units were, again, before starting the program, we started mobilizing people because we understood that without people, the program itself we will not be able to manage and we will not be able to execute. And we start mobilization phase approximately in parallel with the feasibility analysis phase that I have explained before. And the mobilization itself, we're still in the middle of it because as the program is quite big, we need different resources in a different time. But speaking about the mobilization, it's important that even before starting the initiative, we thought about how we're gonna run it, how we're gonna execute. And this resource topic was one of the major and important step that we have launched from the very beginning. Speaking about resources, we also start thinking how to attract resources, the very specific, by the way, resources to this program and to the bank. Well, I hope and I know that I hope that some of you know the bank. Yes, we are quite traditional brand, and the perception that the market has about the Halyk Bank is quite traditional, and which is sometimes, especially in this new reality of when the digital people are, I would say, looking for the best deal on the market, and they want to work in the I would say in the very flexible and very employee-oriented organizations. We knew this, and we start thinking how to attract that type of the people, that type of the digital talents, and we have created the new employee value proposition, where we formulate few aspects of it related to related to the different aspects of attracting these type of the resources. These were the some job that we have done regarding the formulating the for the market and for the people that we are doing the interesting thing, complex and ambitious projects. We have created the right perception about the IT environment that we have, that we are using modern technology stack, that we are using new ways of, I would say, working together. We have reformulated our material compensation stimulus, so how we want to compensate the work of our people, not only from the salaries perspective, but also from non-monetary perspective. We have worked and still working on the employee brand, and I will stop about this a bit later as well. So it's quite, I would say, challenging task to execute, to formulate what you can propose to employees, and how to change the perception of the employees on the market about your organization. And we start working on the corporate culture as well, working on the transparent communication, recognition of the success, coaching, feedback, role models, etc. So all of this we have called employee value proposition, and start working on these different aspects, keeping in mind that we need best people from the market, and without these people, without these employees, we wouldn't be able to execute the program. Another big thing that we implemented during the beginning, I mean, in the beginning of the program itself, was the agile approach in our execution of the execution of the program. What the agile approach for us? I mean, if you ask myself, what is this for us? First of all, for us, this is a dedicated teams. So we have different teams allocated to the different tasks of this project. So, for example, developing the use cases for retail segment, yes, and we have the dedicated team oriented only on this program, on this task. Use case for example, cross-sell use case for the retail segment. And second of all, these are cross-functional teams. So we have collected from the whole bank, and we are quite classical hierarchical organization, but we have collected from the bank people from the different functions, from the different departments, sit them together, and they starting being focused. They start working 100% of their time being focused on one specific task. Yes, creating the use case for retail, as I mentioned as an example. So who are these people? These are product managers, data engineers, business analysts, data scientists, UX UI designers. So the full set of the roles that requires to execute the story. Having already more than 6 months of experience with this dedicated team, I can say that it works very well. we are achieving very good results. We are already launching few things in production with these teams, and I see that this dedication working very well if you want to get the result immediately, if you want to achieve some not very, I would say, formulated goal. So you can use this approach. You can use this agile approach, and it works very well. We understand that for some topics in the bank, this agile approach is very, I would say, very helpful. Another important aspect that we have start executing in the bank, and it's also related to this program, to the Data Factory program, is internal project. We called it Halyk Academy, and this project is focused on developing young talents for our program. As I said in the beginning, without right people, we wouldn't be able, and we will not be able to execute the transformation program of the bank, and specifically the Data Factory program. And but many of you knows that on the Kazakhstan market, not only on the Kazakhstan market, I believe that it's quite global situation in many countries. I see that there is a lack of good prepared digital talents, and I see that in Kazakhstan we see the same situation. And in order to improve it, we have created this program, and this program is focused on attracting young talents from the local universities. So we have created the so-called Halyk educational laboratories, where we preparing students with understanding of the stack of the technology, including the big data and the data factory stack of the technology. We are launching few courses related to the programming, including Python programming, including other languages that we are using in the bank. And there are a few initiatives related to the management aspects of the transformation and the new management aspects of the, I would say, the digital oriented organizations. All of this helping us to prepare students to work in Halyk Bank. All of this helping us to attract these talents to Halyk Bank, and it's also, of course, as we are with these people, with the young guys, we can select really talented guys. We can select best breed of them, and trying to, I would say, involve them from the very beginning, even before they finish their university courses. We are trying to, I would say, involve them into our project. So we consider this project as one of the strategic one, where we expect quite long-term feedback and quite long-term results, where and I believe that even from the country point of view, from the Kazakhstan as the country point of view, this initiative is quite quite interesting because we as the industry organization can close the gap between the educational program in the universities and the real demand that we have as the industry. Yes, demand in terms of the professionals that are required to run the business. This is it. So this is the end of my short presentation. If you have any questions, please ask. I'm ready to respond.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Musin. Now I'm glad to invite Managing Director of TIBA Management Beratung, Reinhard Wagner. Mr. Wagner, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear, and I hope you see my presentation. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this conference, which is IT related. So I want to address Project Management 4.0, which is also based on the Industry 4.0, because my perspective is an industry perspective. And I address that project management today is digital, adaptable, and scalable. So I'm from Germany. I don't read all that, but I'm mainly working with automotive industry, Audi and Volkswagen and those brands. And we're doing a lot of projects and consulting for them. I'm also glad that I'm here presenting because I'm the honorary fellow of Kazakhstan Project Management Association. So I'm very proud to be part of this endeavor. If you look into automotive industry, there's a lot of change and transformation going on. I don't want to stress all this development, but I think you are aware of the changes from the late 1880s to the nowadays change of automotive industry. And that change also changed the way we do projects, because in the beginning of automotive industry, it was very small companies, more a garage setup. They had one product and it was horse carrier just turning with now a motor and engine in. So it's very different. Then industrialization changed the scene because there was a lot of automatization, mass production facilities, processes, and tools that were implemented to ramp up the production to what we see now, several million cars produced nowadays in this world. In the 70s and 80s, a term was phrased by Christoph Mittler. He called it projectification, because he was seeing it the case of Renault, that Renault developed a big portfolio of projects, new cars, variants, totally different engines and concepts, and all that was developed through projects. And that is not only the number of projects that increased, it was also the status of the project and the project manager that changed totally. And nowadays we see that also in the big car manufacturing organization, that there's a big change in the way of working and that the tools that we apply in automotive industry. And that brings me now to the last phase, which is quite a significant change, because nowadays we are developing electric cars. Software is the main driver of development in the car industry, not only for production or for product development, but it's also the connectivity between cars, the mobility concepts, autonomous driving, where basically software is driving the car, and also the processes within the car manufacturing is totally changed. So that's something that is driving the development in the automotive industry, and that's also driving the development in project management, because project management is now totally changed. Project management in the past was something, let's say, within an organization. In a hierarchy, you had somewhere the project manager who was doing certain tasks. Nowadays, if you go to the top right, we have hundreds of companies collaborating. often very small IT companies, software companies, together with the body shop of the automotive guys. So hardware and software working together in the development phase, but also in the production phase. And later also if the cars are on the streets, you have a lot of service and updates and stuff to do. So that's only possible if people work together in projects in a more network structure, in a more collaborative way. So, and that's why project management is very significantly changing. I would say these 5 trends are very important, at least in my country, but I was traveling also many other countries, so I see that as trends. Projects are something normal. So in the past, we were used to say projects are unique. They are one-off endeavor. But nowadays, projects are pretty normal. We do projects all the time. So, and that changes also the way of thinking and working. Agile is a big thing, like my previous speaker already addressed. I think that's very important, so that agile practices are injected in the way we do projects. And the question is that really new, or is it something that is injected into what we already do? And in automotive, I see it's not the one or the other. It's more a blend. It's more, let's say, a co-creative way of working. Anyway, co-creation is a very important word, because it's not Audi only designing the car. There are many suppliers involved. There are many service providers involved. And through that, they bring a lot of ideas in the process. They have new concepts, new designs, and new ideas. And also even the big players like Google or Microsoft or Apple, they are part of that development process, because you have all these gadgets in your car. And that means we need to really inject their ideas. Artificial intelligence, automation, digitalization plays a big role in automotive industry, even also in project management, because you need a big efficiency of your project processes. So we use robot process automation. We use digitalization and automation to improve the processes and the way of working. And artificial intelligence is used, for example, to pull together plans, to help to spread the knowledge, so knowledge management, but also to enable collaboration. And that's through COVID-19, it gave really a push in this virtual working, and it forced also organization to give more space to the teams so that they can self-organize. So the teams get more work autonomy, and it's not just a top-down approach of ordering them to do something. And whether they sit now in at Bali or in India or in China, that really doesn't matter, because you can integrate them in a virtual environment and make them take part in projects. So what does that do to project management? We developed a few years back this PM 4.0, because this transformation of industry is also changing the way we do projects. And what we say, there's no single approach. There's not one way of doing a project. So typically it's, we also don't call it a hybrid approach. We say it's a blend of everything, and it depends on each project phase what kind of approach you use. It may be a very creative approach, like design thinking in the start of your project, and the closer you come towards production, the more you are, let's say, traditional or classical. Or what we typically also see, we have a high-level product development plan. That's from systems engineering. It's a clear waterfall approach. But within that waterfall approach, we have agile ways of working on software, on electronics, on steering units, and so on and so forth. So it's always a combination, and it depends on the context of the project. So again, it's not an either or. We do the one or the other. It's rather a combination. It's like if you compare that to a toolbox. For the projects nowadays, you need a toolbox with all these approaches, with all the tools that are available in project management, and utilize them in the right way. And in the beginning of the project, it really depends what is what are the requirements. Are the requirements uncertain, unclear? Then certainly other tools are required, more the agile tools, more the creative tools. If the requirements are very clear, like you build a 100 number or car or model of car without software, so then it's more the classical approach of project management. So it really depends, and that's at the beginning of the project or program what you should do to analyze what are the requirements, what is the context I'm working in to apply the right tool set or the right approach in project management. So in IPMA, we have the ICB, the IPMA competence baseline, and there's a very important competence element, which is called project design. And so this design plays here a very important role because you select the right tool depending on the requirements you have. And as I already mentioned, that can be a design thinking in the very early phases where you have still a lot of insecurity or uncertainties about requirements and what the customers really want. And that's a process where you need to be creative and flexible and arrange. Then later, if you come more to the series development, you may use Scrum or then later also Kanban. And the closer you come towards a production line, because then tangible results are needed. And that's different to the software industry. Here in real industry, we then have a tangible product which needs to be delivered in time to budget and to specification. So that means we also need to be convergent to get this car out as the customer requested. So again, this is a combination, it's a big toolbox that we need to use, and we need to be very flexible. Now, but what is that doing with the organization? And we believe the organization, the whole company needs to be changed. And that's what we're doing with the very big companies like Audi and ZF. Because now being in such a flexible environment and utilizing project management 4.0, it's a totally different way of working. And we have developed these 7 agile principles. First of all, the role of the people in the organization will change. So they need to act on a voluntary basis. They need to be motivated and empowered. They need space, like this protected environment, what is number 2 here. It's like in the garden where you need to give a plant enough space and water and air so that they can develop. The more you are dependent on the creativity of the people, the more you need to give space to them. And then a real team, number 3, is important. A real team in our meaning is a very diverse team with different competences that complement each other. We also want to have a team that is composed of different perspectives, function, disciplines, and so on, because only if they share and exchange their different perspectives, you really get creative result. And 5, that's a very important principle. We call it iterate to wow. Iteration, that's a very important way of working in Agile, because it means you are not striving for perfectionism in the first shot. It's an iterative process, but at the end, you need to have something with value for the customer, something where the customer say, wow, I'm surprised by that. And that is the real process that is going on. I'd like to stress the upper and the lower one. Starting with the lower button, it's called for supportive management, because what we see now that the role of leadership is totally changing. It's not a top-down leadership. It's not, let's say, an authoritarian kind of leadership. No, it's totally the opposite. It's more a servant, a supportive leadership that is helping this flow of work, this value stream in the middle, to flow to the result. It gives space and supports the people working on that project, but it also values the customer, which at the end is paying your bills. So it's a very important role change, and many organizations here in Germany struggle with that because the role of leaders or the leadership is really newly defined. And mutual tuning, as you see in the top, is also very important. It's like in an orchestra. You need also a certain, what we say in German, takt, a certain pace where this flow is going on, this value stream. So you need to have a clear vision. You need to have clear rules of working. You need to orchestrate so that you play the same symphony and not different symphonies. So I think that's a very important role also for the project manager to orchestrate that process and the people that are involved in that. So that's a very powerful transformation tool, but it's very difficult to implement because still many of our industrial organizations are back in the 1880s, where it was very hierarchical and bureaucratic and very strong leadership. And that is what is now really changing the game in automotive. And Volkswagen has a very large, the largest automotive manufacturer. We support them in doing that change, and you can imagine that this change takes a long time and it's very difficult, and sometimes also in some areas it fails. So that's the change, what is going on. So project management is not just managing a single project. As you can see now, it is changing the whole organization. So it's organizational project management, it's the way of working, it's leadership. So many concepts are now integrated in what we call project management 4.0. And I don't like to go now into all the details. Transformation for that organizations is also an iterative process where they try it certainly with a few specific car models. So right now the electrical car development is a prototyping process of that new organization, and it's prototyping also then PM 4.0 because you cannot change the whole organization at once. So you need to focus on one of the projects or program, and the electrification of car development right now, that's something that is really changing and is used here in that process. What we also see that we have in big organizations, industrial organizations, still two worlds. And as you can see on the left, that's the organization that is focusing on efficiency. That's still an area where you have production, where it's important to have control, where efficiency, where planning is important. But you have on the right side more the creative, what we call next land, or the adaptive organization, where you have more purpose-driven, trust and feedback, self-organization, innovation culture. So, and still in organization, there are two parts or two hearts beating in that organization. And as you can imagine, the right part is getting more and more important. So more and more parts of the organization are switching to the right side. But still, it is important to also see that we are dependent on the efficiency part, because there often the money is earned to invest it in the right part. So that's also in the transformation a very important part to see. And as you can imagine, project management in both parts is a very different one. So on the left side, more the traditional classical one, and on the right side, more the dynamic and agile world of doing projects. And finally, and that's my last slide, is also looking into the scaling. And scaling is very important, because now if you start doing one project with an agile team, a scrum team, and so on, that's fine. But you can imagine if there's a car development project, you have not only one team. So there are hundreds of teams working together. And if they all work together in an agile way, developing the software for autonomous driving or radar applications or whatever, then you also need to consider the program level of that development. Because on the program level, you need to show, okay, what is the long-term aim? What are the requirements for each of that team? So you have a very dynamic interplay between the program level and the team level. You can imagine that the product owner is also more looking towards the program deliverables, but he's also looking in the portfolio level. Because on the portfolio level, you have your product portfolio and whatever you want to achieve. So this new car, and it's not one car, it's a series of cars. But then on the program level, it's more to develop and get something out of the factory. And that is also the key model in there is SAFe, Scaled Agile Framework, which is with 80% in our world right now, the most popular framework, which is, let's say, a way of a blueprint of scaling project management from the team level, so the project level, up to the organization. That is a lot of implication for the portfolio level and also the program level. So in essence, I think it's a lot going on. Project management is changing. And I also said project management is very much at the heart of what we are doing. So we love projects, but we also need to learn how to do projects in a very different setup and way. And that's my presentation. Thank you. And if there are questions, you see my email here. You can also send me questions. And thank you again for your invitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wagner, for your presentation. And will now be the turn of chair of our conference, Dr. Ingo Kunold.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to send best greetings from Dortmund to the conference. And yes, I hope you can see my screen now. So I am head of the Institute of Communications and Applied Signal Processing at the Dortmund University of Applied Sciences. And I would like to speak about my work in the area of smart buildings, their semantic interoperability, and I would like to say something about the thing descriptions with with use of Web of Things. So, and I will give you an overview over our work in the field of smart building architecture, software architectures. I will tell you something about our IoT system, and will tell you something about some aspects of these IoT networks. And at least I will say something about our work on semantic thing descriptions, and I will give you some examples what we are currently doing in this field. So at first, we try to describe a building, a smart building for the future, and we see the building as an IoT system, and of course we want to integrate classical field bus systems to get the informations from sensors and actors, and we defined 3 levels of work. The first level is to get the informations from the IoT service and IoT devices at first, and we try to collect this data by defining a meter level with use of so-called smart device controllers, and we try to get all these informations from field buses to a local IP network. And this is the function of these smart device controllers. And we try to define a building condition repository to get all this data in this repository to work with a management system. We called it Smart Building Manager to enable in the third level dual reality interfaces and services assistance possibilities on the local level. But on the other side, we also try to communicate with external services, for example, in services in the cloud for AAL services, for intelligent control services. And we use additional informations, for example, from weather services to control heatings and to get these external influences for this building conditions. And of course, we want to define assistance and service platforms for the building management. So what have we done? We have tried at first to build an abstraction layer to integrate all different sensors and actors in a common IP-based infrastructure from different bus systems, for example, that it doesn't matter what it is, for example, KNX or Zigbee or any other bus system. That's they all operate with different possibilities for the organization of these bus systems, and we try to abstract these the behavior of the sensors and actors from these properties of the transmission systems. We define for every component unique identities, so we can identify any sensor and actor in a whole building. And what we want to do is to get the conditions of the building or the sensors and the actors in nearly real time. So that means we need a performant database or database system to get all these informations in real time to interact with control systems in the whole building. So we try to provision service-based interfaces, and we want to make it possible that the whole system can interact with use of dual reality apps and services. So, and we want to deploy different technology standards and protocols and also different data structures. This is a big problem because any bus system has its own data structures, has its own protocols, and it is not so easy to collect all the data in one common database. So what we try is to define a modular and decentral organized scalable system. And we want to integrate all this in a common IP network. So, and we also want to integrate significant properties from special field bus systems because they have some good properties. And we want to use all these positive properties and to integrate it in this IP network. what do we want to do in the internet? We want to have some good properties, and we have some requirements for this system. We want to have a central administration and a distribution of all the resources like sensors, actors, external control panels. We want to use different I/O interfaces, for example, tablets and smartphones and so on. Mainly interest it is that we have a system-wide identification of all resources and we make sure with the use of this unique identity of all sensors and actors. So we can address any individual sensor and actor in a whole building, and we want to make sure that it is not only the sensor function or actor function we want to describe, but we want to describe how is the semantic interaction with the building system, for example, a room or anything else. So we have to make sure that we have a multi-level access management and authorization procedures, because all the devices and data will have rules that users or roles can be interact with this system. Not any user and not any rule has access to may have access to all these devices. To make sure that we can have artificial intelligence functions, we need archives for the building conditions, and that we have all the historic data for data analysis, for prediction, and other knowledge-based services. And we have to make sure that IT security standards, that we will have respect to IT security standards. So this is in these pictures you see the 3 levels we are working on. The sensor and actor levels in an in-house system, the IoT system, the management system, at first the collection with the device controller level and the management level, and we use different data models and communication models to interact with all these things. And this area you see is IP-based, and in the in-house level, we integrate different sensor and actor systems, and we make sure that we can interact in this building area in near real time, under near real time conditions. We have to make sure that we have respect to IT security, to an IT security concept. So we have to make sure that any of this data are confidential, authentic, that the data integrity is the aspects are fulfilled, and the goal in this case is that we protect any component in the system against unauthorized access to different, for example, critical resources in the whole IoT systems. And what we also want to do is we want to integrate these smart building IoT systems into the federated open data infrastructure. For example, just we are working on an integration into the Gaia-X system. And all the needs we have to make this integration are part of our system architecture. So we have in the next steps to do this integration. So what we have done in the system, we have realized user and role access lists. We have made sure that the user authorization to any sensor is defined in this list. So it is possible to define different services which are based on the access to different sensors. That means there is not access to any sensor and actor in the whole building. So we can define a subset of sensors and actors which are used in different services. So we have a very flexible architecture for the whole system. So what will we do in the next steps? We are working on the principle of an autonomous building. That means we will make sure, we will make it possible that we can define an artificial intelligence controlled smart home as an element of a digitized living environment. That means, for example, that we can have services for energy management, for assistance, for comfort, and for safety and security. And we can link all these components and models with each other, and we can have a modeling and learning platform. So what have we to do in this case? At first, we have to organize this data acquisition from sensors, actuators, and devices. And in the next level, we have to make sure that we have the possibility for semantic interoperability for a common use of different functions. So, and if we have this semantic interoperability, we can, on the next level, define intelligent digital twins, and we can make an intelligent data aggregation. So what is our goal? Where will we go to? We are currently working in this gray area. We have this in our architecture, this link to this to existing system environments with different bus systems, I told you before, and we have made this semantic descriptions using smart home, smart building ontologies. There are different ontologies where we can work with, and all these ontologies have different properties, and we are working on this to make it possible that different ontologies can work together, and we can translate informations from one ontology to another for the different use cases. So we are working on intelligent development tools on one side. We are defining reference architecture based on Web of Things descriptions. And we are working on basic services and a service management system. And in the next level, we are working also on methods for IT security and data protection. This is the link to the Gaia-X system. And intelligent data aggregation is also is part of the work at Gaia-X. And of course, what we want to do is to make sure that an intelligent status management is possible. That's our current work we are dealing with. And let me say some or make some remarks for the semantic description of data. So the basic is, I told you before that we work with the Web of Things description. The Web of Things description has different views, and the standards of Web of Things currently has three components. One component is the device, second component is a function, and third component is the hardware description. And there are different belongings with this with these views, and we have added for the use in a smart building location informations. And you see there are a lot of belongings with between the Web of Things devices, the different functions, and the location. For example, if you use a switch to switch on lights, in a whole building, there are a lot of switches and there are a lot of lights. So it is important to know what's the location of a switch. And then it is possible to combine functions, different functions, with these different components. If we can make this description using these four views, it is possible for a service environment to use this description to make new, for example, also intelligent services. So the device view at first has information about the properties of a physical or logical device. For example, there is a device name, device description, and so on. The location describes the location. For example, the building, but it may be that there are also other components outside of a building which have a locational influence of to the building and in relation to the building. But in the building, we described with the location view, for example, different rooms with device positions. And also we describe we can describe location-based functions. The functional view is the device description. It describes the properties of the device. For example, maybe that it is a switch and it's switch on or switch off. We can dim, and there are different possibilities to switch different components, for example. And this depends on the physical properties on the functional side. And we have the hardware view. That means we have a description of the physical device and its hardware to make it possible that that hardware components can change and can be substituted, for example, by use of better or more functional components. So this is a basic of our semantic description of these things. And how do we now integrate these description with the physical system? I told you we have 3 layers, and on the second layer we will have this semantic description. So we have at first the classical IoT devices, and that means that it can be a new device or it can also be classical field bus systems and classical devices. So one level is that we work in an all IP environment, but on the other hand, we have to make sure that the protocols are compatible in this field. So we work with several descriptions on the side to the field bus system. We add the additional information that we have first from the components on one hand, but functional descriptions and descriptions of locations and so on in our data model. We make a protocol mapping at first. We add additional functions and we defined a Java class model which has a REST API and communicates with JSON or XML with the semantic description module, which defines using RDF or OWL description, which defines this ontology model, and we define an RDF triple store. So we have the semantic description of the data. In this case, we use our WOT description, and this component has also a REST API interface, and we import-export JSON LD information, which describes all these components in a semantic way. And this is our digital twin of the whole system. And it delivers a semantic description of the whole building. So we have a digital twin of the building. So let me give you some examples how it works. So we are working with RESTful web services, and we are working with get and put functions, and we describe with use of our data models, for example, a flat with the different rooms. And you see, if we work with a location view, we can get these semantic information from the location by a location ID, and we classify a building. That's an example that we use in our showroom in our laboratory, we have all the locations we need in this room. For example, you see in this field, it's a building it's our university. The type is a building, and we have a well-defined location with this described by this location link. And the classification of the room is, for example, a living room. And the building type is a room. So we have a first description of this of one of these special rooms, and we can give a detailed description in the location. You see, it's the living room called Ohm. The label is living room, and it's a living room in the first floor of the building, and its position is described here. And there are several additional informations where concrete this component is. So on the other hand, we get the parameters of the system. So you see, this is these are classical devices. In this case, we use KNX devices to switch on, switch off, and dim the light. And this is the light, and it is described here. You see a lot of informations, dim values, and so on, and what maximal values are possible, what kind of minimal values are possible, and it is described with a so-called OBIS description. It's also a standard in building descriptions. So we get all these informations and parameters, and all these functions can be read or can be written by get and put commands. Okay, what you see here is a short description of our laboratory where we test all these things, and we have made a lot of descriptions with a Web of Things description currently, and we are able to integrate different components. For example, also Alexa systems and Sonos systems for interaction with speech, for example. Yes, we are working on services for power prediction, for example, in the smart building to save energy and to optimize, for example, energy consumption by parametering the different building functions, for example, for heating and climatization and so on. So thank you very much for your interest. I hope I could give you a small overview of our current work. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Kunold, please accept our gratitude for your presentation, very interesting. And now we look forward for the presentation of Vice Rector on Digitalization and International Cooperation at Astana IT University, Mr. Carsten Wolf.
Yeah, thank you very much for the chance also to present here to the auditory. As mentioned, my name is Carsten Wolf. I'm Vice Rector at Astana IT University, and obviously I will speak about the development of the digital university concept that we are following. I'm at the same time also a member of Dortmund University of Applied Sciences and Arts as INGO, and there I'm a director of the Institute for the Digital Transformation of Application and Living Domains. I would like to do a very basic, let's say, reasoning about what is a digital university and what will it bring to us. Not technical details, but maybe a basic idea. It is a strategic option and also an option that we took at Astana IT University. So we said following the Digital Kazakhstan strategy, it makes sense to establish a digital university and to develop this concept further. We are still at the starting point of the digital transformation. Universities are something that was established during the Industrial Revolution and transformation. So it is classical universities are an instrument of mass education, standardized education. We have standardized degrees and so on. And at a new wave, at a digital transformation, it makes sense to rethink this concept and to think about what is still necessary and what is the core of a university, and then from this core to develop the concept of the digital university. So what I would like to do is to show let's say, our current understanding of a university, what we all know as a university and what we believe is a university, then let's say deconstruct it into the parts and take everything away that is just an organizational pattern of the Industrial Revolution, something that we only invented because of the times of the Industrial Revolution, industrialization, and then build it up after dismantling it from all of this and disassembling it, build up the new concept of the digital university. So all of us know the classical setup of a university. We have bachelor programs, we have pupils, school kids that are going into it, bachelors that are coming out of it. We have master programs, maybe we are connecting them in a smart way, but there the people are graduating as master students. We have PhD programs where people leave as a doctor, and we have maybe preparation courses as an input. And around this, we build faculties. This is an important thing. In the universities, we live in faculties. We may have institutes for research, which are more covering the PhD and master topics. We have maybe possibilities for professionals to join the university and go through continuous education. And we have maybe international students which are joining. The entry part of the university is usually a bit organized like a school. So we have classes and so on. Later, it is a bit like an industry company where we are doing projects, research activities, and so on. And here is like a scientific institution where we do scientific reasoning. And people are running through this system. And for us, it's all very clear. Actually, it looks very fuzzy now and very messy. But we live in this, and we believe that all of this is exactly necessary. But we should question ourselves, is it really necessary in the times of the digital transformation? What is necessary, what not? And if we go a step further, obviously the faculties and institutes, this is an organizational pattern that we just need for us in the universities. No student needs this. They don't get smarter because they are in a certain faculty, something like this. This whole idea of the educational programs is also an organizational pattern. We could also teach individual students without putting them into standardized programs. So it is an organizational pattern of mass education of the industrial times that every student gets the same program. And if we take this away, okay, the image is already getting more simple. These things, if we do it like a school or like a research company, it's also our wish of organizing it. It's not really necessary. And at the end of the day, we arrive at this. This is the core of a university. It looks very simple now. And from this core of a university, we can now think what does it mean and what does it mean in times of the digital transformation. So it is obviously the journey of a person through the educational system, a person that is coming with a competence profile T0 at the starting point and leaving with a different competence profile. And there's a competence delta that was delivered to this person. And that's the interesting point for the individual person. This is education, yeah? Higher education. There is, of course, a question, can we find out what competences the person has? In reality, we are not really good in knowing the competence profile T0, and we are also not very good in knowing the competence profile Tn. We know that people get standardized certificates, a bachelor certificate, or that they have a high school certificate. But what does it mean? Competence assessment is still a complicated thing, and in times of digital transformation, we are applying artificial intelligence there, we are applying data science there, and it is a big topic. Yeah? So obviously, competence assessment plays a big role for the digital university. And another thing is to know about the job competence profiles, yeah, to know what graduates need and to have an interface into the labor market where employers can really find out, does this person fit? Is there a competence gap, or does this person fit to my job requirements? It's also very important to define remuneration, yeah? And it's also important for somebody who is joining a university here in the beginning, what does this competence profile TN that I'm getting pay later on? Yeah? And so this part, understanding job competence profiles in the industry, understanding competence gaps between it, and continuously adapting the competence profiles that we are delivering, it's also a big topic for the digital university of the future. Then comes the facilitation of the competence development path, yeah, and the individual competence development path for the individual student journey, which is also a big topic for the digital university, because we can offer tools and automation that allows individualized competence development paths, also the planning of this. There's, of course, the competence delivery online, maybe in virtual setups and so on, which is already well known due to the Corona times. In Astana IT University, we had to switch more or less right from the beginning into online teaching, and competence delivery is for teachers and students the new normal already. And then there's, of course, also the need to assess and determine the efficiency and effectivity of the competence delivery. Is this really the best way? Learner-centric teaching and education, and different learner types, different living situations of people, individualization. And there is then in the background the competence models, and with the competence models, the digital twin of the student. Ingo was talking about digital twins of technical things, but we also have digital twins of students, of educational programs, and so on. And also the question, how can we break down all competences into smaller competences? Reinhard Wagner was talking about the future of project management. There we see this competence orientation as a very big topic too. And this is also then, from my point of view, an image of a university. Yeah? Before we saw this with faculties and educational programs, they're all gone. We don't even see professors, but it is I find it a more or less holistic image of the educational part of the digital university. So this could be the basis to plan. Yeah? And then we have this idea of a digital university where we are saying, okay, we have a digitalized and projectized community of experts, teachers, curriculum developers. Yeah, that is the former faculties. Yeah? Now it's distributed communities of experts that are developing the curriculum, the content, and so on. We have here on the output layer the didactic concepts for digital and projectized learning, meaning how do we deliver? How do we deliver the competences to the learners? And we have, of course, on the outcome level, the wish to have educational programs for the digital transformation. So also the content and the competences are digitalized, projectized competences and content that we are delivering. And at the end of the day, the goal of Astana IT University is to educate for the digital transformation in Central Asia and to become a hub for digital education. Yeah, so the role of the university is a facilitator, a hub for this. And I want to dig into one smaller topic with this. To achieve this, the European Union has developed the Digital Education Action Plan, and they are saying some things that play a role for us. So there's the better use of digital technologies, there is the digital competences, and then there is the improvement of the efficiency and effectivity of education through data analysis and foresight. And we want to build a university system that allows to do this, especially here in this field, digital technologies for teaching and learning, and data analysis and foresight for better efficiency and effectivity. And I don't want to go here into detail, but this plan of the European Union also addresses the community of the lecturers and experts, which has to be digitalized and projectized, the delivery, and the competences and content. And one part that we are doing at Astana IT University is the development of a digital education ecosystem, which is the framework or infrastructure where learning, teaching, and content development are taking place. And this is currently under development and initiative in many universities, but also in Astana IT University. And it goes beyond purely digital classroom. It goes into data analytics, into organizing the educators and the learners in a different way, into knowledge sharing platforms, co-production of content, and also this competence management part. Yeah? These are all things that are in the classical university not explicitly addressed, but that will be, let's say, organizational and digital units of the digital university. And we have the idea to have the digital twins for everything. We will have the personalized student journey. The ambition is that anybody can teach and learn from anywhere at any time. Yeah, moving to learning. Yeah, instead of being taught, data-driven decision making, and using best-in-class educational resources. Not only the things that we are developing by ourselves, but from anywhere. Yeah. And also recognition of professional achievements, things that are competences that are earned outside the university. The plan that's going on is that we are doing this in certain steps. So there's, of course, the setup of the educational resources. This happened to a large extent at Astana IT University. The systems are running, and due to Corona, they were also intensively used. The next step is currently the work on the digital twin, yeah? A cabinet of all the data about a student and educational programs. And then for the future, the whole supporting tools for individualized student journey, so recommender tools and analytics tools and so on. And yeah, this is an effort that we are doing also together with other universities of the Nazarbayev Education Foundation. And I hope that I was able to give you a brief overview about this. So thank you very much for listening, and I give the floor back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Custom. It's my honor to invite Andreas Pester from Austria.
Hello, everybody. I should say my internet connection is not very stable, so we will see how it is working. Let me try to share my presentation. Okay. So I want to speak a little bit about learning with technologies and technologies in learning, based on the experience which I could collect in the last 20 years, and also based on just one conference which we finished on this is the flagship conference of the IEEE Education Society in engineering. So only a few words about myself. I'm now currently a professor at the British University in Egypt at the Faculty of Informatics and Computer Sciences for deep learning. In the former time, I was working in Austria at the Carinthian University of Applied Sciences, and from this time I have also very long-lasting cooperations with Ukrainian universities, and I know that Ukrainian partners are also participating in this conference. My current research interests are in deep learning, in generative adversarial networks, and also in tiny machine learning. But I will not speak today about that, but more about how we can use and what we can expect from technologies if we use this in education. That education is becoming increasingly important for social science, for political science, economic development. This is, I think, without under discussion. If we have, let me check here. If we have a look about the average learning outcomes, if we are compared this to the gross domestic product per capita in 2015, you see this is how this is developed, is spread over the world. Kazakhstan is somewhere here in near Russia, and Ukraine is somewhere here near Turkey. Unfortunately, I couldn't show this in the graphic is interactive. If you go to our World in Data, you can see this graphic, and you also can see the development of the graphic. So, and if you have a look to the future, and we are looking about how much people aged over 15 will have a degree, will have a degree level by country, then again, we see this is rapidly increasing. Again, Kazakhstan is, as you see, and also Ukraine are close to each other, and they are above 30%. By the way, Austria has a lower level, but this has also to do with the degree problem Professor Wolf was speaking now about, and what is recognized as higher education and not as higher education. So from this point of view, we see that there is a big effort should be done in every level of education, especially also in higher education. And it is clear that without the use of modern technologies in education, it is indispensable to cope this challenge, neither in a quantitative way or also not in a qualitative way. The old methods of transferring education will not be possible. The old model of, and Professor Wolf was speaking now about that, the old model is coming from the Industrial Revolution. We have a building somewhere in the middle of the town, we have classrooms, and there are students educated. If we are going to higher education, we have mass universities where at least half or 40% of the students are just inscribed to the university, but not following the program. So this is a problem. And to solve this problem, we have two ways. One way is, of course, building and opening more and more universities. And I see this system now also in Egypt, where I'm working now. Egypt has population of over 100 million people, and 40% of these people are below 30. So this is people which want to have education, and they want to have also higher education. And with the traditional model, it is impossible to fulfill on the one side the requests of the society, on the other side also the requests from the industries. So for this reason, there is no other way than to use technologies, but there is the next problem. The problem, what Professor Wolf also was focusing on, this is the problem of the comparison of the achieved degrees, the comparison of the achieved competence profiles, and also the quality of the delivered knowledge. Because if you're opening more and more university, you also need more and more qualified people to educate young people, and this is the next problem then. So with modern technologies like online learning and the use of cross reality, artificial intelligence, simulation, online labs, and so on, we see that there are quite good opportunities already. And the growing digitalization, and this is one point, and the second, the personalization of education. And these are two trends which we saw on the last conference in a very big manner. So this all gives us the necessity to solve these kind of problems. The COVID pandemic only accelerated and strengthened these efforts. We had efforts in the area of the use of technology in education also before, but it was not recognized as a necessity for the majority of the educational personnel. It was more recognized as the hobby of some enthusiasts in the area of learning based on technologies or technology enhanced learning and so on. But we will see that after the pandemic, many of the measures which we are currently checking and doing, we will check them, and they will get, a lot of them will get a part of the general canon of methods, of course, after an appropriate evaluation. If we have a look to the use of the IT technologies in education, then I see the impacts mainly in the way how the educational content is presented. We discussed this already a little bit. The design of the immersive educational worlds, and we will have a new digital educational worlds. One thing is a very big challenge. This is the combination of rational and emotional educational experiences. A lot of teachers and also students are complaining now in the way how the content is delivered in online lessons, that they don't have not only the social contact, they are missing this emotional environment, and just only to deliver rational content is not enough to reach this learning delta Professor Carsten was speaking about. He mentioned already the organization of education. I will not go into this more detail. There was a good example on how people are thinking about that. I'm working now more in the area of a British system of education, which is very process oriented, and also the quality control is very process oriented. So from this point of view, I can say that digitalization will still have a long way to get in these kind of organizational models. So, and of course, also the educational policy is impacted. We had in the last year, we had a lot of discussions, especially about online assessments and what can be recognized on in which way of online assessments, how we can avoid cheating and so on. And this, all the technical solutions which are until now offered are not really totally convincing, because last not least, there's always a way how a technological, very experienced student can use cheating in the exams. On the other side, of course, we can say if he is able to do this, then he is already, at least in the area of IT technology, is not quite good. So the technology developments changed, of course, also the learners' access to the educational repositories, to the data. And one thing is very, very important. We see that the self-paced study models from diverse sources will get much more and more important. In the classical educational systems, the students are guided more or less, at least at the bachelor level. They are more self-organized on the master level. And nevertheless, the students have personal coaches. If we want to reach this level of higher education, which I was speaking about, then of course we should have also something like digital coaches. We should have some digital personal assistants for the self-paced study models for the students. And also one thing what was very, very discussed, especially from the engineering education and engineering faculties, but also from the faculties of informatics and computer science in the pandemic now. This is the problem about the lab education, because you can, of course, deliver some theory via online courses. You also can show some experiments, but it's also necessary. It's not necessary that engineering students, and not only them, are getting also some real experience in labs. And the way how online labs can be combined with offline labs, this is also a very hard discussion, but you can find in a lot of conferences now. One thing is very important. This is that we switch from a fact-driven approach to a data-driven approach, and this will, of course, have a big impact on the change how the university will be organized and how learning will be organized. On the one thing, we will combine, of course, human learning with machine learning. As I said already, there will be, and there are already a lot of developments going on in this area. There will be personal coaches based on the personality of the concrete learner. But this is, of course, also a big problem, because the data protection policy in different parts of the world is very different. And you cannot collect so much personal learning data, and the way how people are learning in different countries based on this policy. So how we will solve this problem, this is still under discussion. And so this means also the personalization in education and the data-based recommendation systems are very close combined with that. We have a lot of work now running already in the area of the analysis and the evaluation of the educational methods, the learning technologies, and the outcomes under the short word and learning analytics. Learning analytics is still very under development, because in the area of learning analytics, as I said, on the one side, we have the problem how much data from based on the personality of a learner we can really collect. On the other side, and this is also a problem, is the predictions which are done on the basis on this learning analytics can sometimes also feed to some outcomes which are unwanted. And so this always, at least at the moment, this should always be combined again with human decisions. We know the examples. We know the example from educational systems, especially in the US, where artificial intelligence systems make the decision if a student is allowed to go further or he will be excluded from a university, and this has a lot of impacts. I will not go anymore, go to the details. It has social impacts, and they are still not solved. Everybody is aware about it, but it's not solved. It's also based on the data, on the database on which these kind of decisions then are based. So, and one thing what is from my point also very important, we need in the future some basic education in data science for every student, independently if the student is from humanities, if he is from political sciences, if he is from economics, or if he is from engineering or art. Because the handling data is coming to fundamental skill which everybody of us needs, and in the same way as we are teaching natural sciences, and in the same way as we are teaching literature, so and also IT basics, so also we should teach to everybody and to deliver to everybody these kind of basics in data science. And this is not only a knowledge about the awareness how data can be misused and about awareness about data protection. It is also really awareness what could be done with data, and where with the use and how the results of data science solutions can be interpreted. So, and this should be trained at least on a basic level at least in the university, but I think in the future we will come do this also in the schools. So because I must hurry to another event, I will skip this. Something about eruptive technologies which we can use and which we are already using in learning. This is of course immersive education. There are a whole bunch of conferences already working on the development of concept from immersive education. This is of course augmented reality in education. You see here a really good example about the application of augmented reality in surgery, in medical science, and the students can learn much faster and better. This is an example, or are examples of online labs which are already on the market and developed. We were running at least I was involved in 2 or 3 projects together with Ukraine, where we developed a network of online laboratories and online learning environments with labs for the at least 2 or 3 technical universities. And we have now a whole federation which is working inside the International Association of Engineering Pedagogy, and Visier, the name of this association is Visier, where all these things are collected and distributed and the people can get access. And of course, about digital twins in education, we spoke already. Digital twins are of course also available not only for the learning process, but of course we will use also digital twins for the education. This is an example for digital twins in the real estate education, where geospatial data are connected with asset data, environmental factors, and occupant data, business data, so that the learner can really see the complex system, what has an influence on the way how real estate is developing, sold, and also built. And AI in education is of course not only learning analytics. We have a lot of let's say already learning programs which are based on artificial intelligence. One of the most known is Duolingo, which is an app where you can learn at least the basics of more than 100 languages already now. and the learner is guided, and the learner is also evaluated, and the learner is getting impacts from the system based on artificial intelligence systems which are behind. So these are the technologies where we think that these will have the most important impact on the change of the learning process and the way how things are to deliver to the students in the next 10 years, 5-10 years. And the problem is not to have, let's say, demonstrators, but to bring this in a pro system, to implement this in most of the universities. And to say with digitalization, I see one thing is that to convince students that content which was delivered in this way has the same value as content which was delivered in the normal classical classes. One of the problems which was discussed, for example, in African countries about higher education and the pandemic was that at least in some African countries, the students did not recognize online delivery on higher education content because they said we paid for something else. These are degrees which are not valuable, which cannot be compared, that were not valuable degrees compared with degrees which we can get in a normal university. So there's also a long way still in front of us to convince people that this kind of knowledge delivery and this kind of learning has the same value and has the same quality which we can expect also from the normal educational system. So unfortunately, I should finish here. So thank you very much for listening me, and I wish the conference a great success.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pester, for your very interesting presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our plenary presentation. I would like to thank for the speakers for interesting and informative presentations, and thanks our dear participants for being with us today. Уважаемые участники конференции, наше пленарное заседание на этом заканчивается. Давайте еще раз поблагодарим и поаплодируем нашим спикерам, которые выступили с очень интересными, очень полезными для нас презентациями. Они были настолько интересными, что мы немножечко выбились из нашего регламента. Поэтому заслушивание секционных докладов начнется на 15 минут позже в 14:45. Всем хорошего дня и удачных выступлений. Спасибо.